a meat breed, there's just too much power in that ram not to use him here today. Where his faults are, I think we got some strengths in our second place buck. This is a really tall fronted type of ram. I really like how he gets out and travels and moves. This sheep's really good up through his front end. He balances up really well from when we view him from the side. I just like to put a little bit more width and natural thickness in this guy. He just tends to taper right there around that hip and out there at that tail head. I just like to put a little bit more natural width in him, and then we could probably run him clear to the top. But that's a really good pair of bucks to start off our Southdown show. Thank you.
Well, it's certainly an honor to be here. Judging, we got the first class out here, Lincoln Yearling Rams. I'm going to start with the buck that I think probably just offers the most ESTs today. He's the more massive of the two. It's really like him when you get your hands out across the hip. He's really wide, carries that all the way up to his shoulder. If I could be a little picky, I think he's carrying maybe a touch more condition than I'd like to see on a yearling ram, but I'm sure he'll burn that off when he gets to see some use this fall. Buck that comes in second, another really solid Lincoln Ram. For me, I'd like to just maybe make this guy a little bit more stout featured. Gets a little weaker right behind the shoulder. Maybe need to blow his pins apart a little bit. But if you like one that's got a really tight locked fleece, I mean, this one will definitely throw lambs for you that'll do that. Two quality Rams in our first class.
Your results from the Lincoln Yearling Ram class. First place goes to Lori Bauman. Second place, Alexis White. Results from your Southdown Yearling Ram class. First place goes to Caden Lake. Second place, Lucine Byler.
Just a single entry here in the Lincoln Fall Buck class, but one that I think certainly offers a lot of quality, one that's really neat in his design. Really extended and elevated and just patterned so well from the side. You get your hands on him and you're not disappointed. Really soft, beautiful fleece, good top line and structure to go with this one. I think he's going to be really competitive later on. Can't wait to see him come back out in the drive.
Really nice, complete buck lamb here to represent the Southdown breed. I think a ram that you certainly have to appreciate him for his elevation up through his front. An extremely high-shouldered ram that's super level down his top, level out through that hip. A lamb that percentages very well when we get our hands on him as far as hind saddle. That's just a really good made type of complete buck out there to represent the breed.
First place in your Lincoln Fall Ram class went to Noah McAllister. Now in the ring for the Lincolns is the winner Ram Lamb. Last call, Spring Ram Lamb. Second call, Yearling U. Now entering the nationwide ring would be the Southdown Winter Ram Lamb.
One more addition, Sam. When you announce, like Corey Bachman. No. is set with the breed. So, Kaylee Opliger. There's no N in there.
Your first place Southdown Fall Ram Lamb goes to Kaylee Opliger on Opliger 22160. Currently in the nationwide Southdown ring are the winner Ram Lambs. Third call, Spring Ram Lamb. Second call, Yearling Ewe.
Well, these bucks are certainly acting youthful in the ring. I think we got a little bit of personality on them. One that I'm going to start with, I think, is just the most complete buck of the class. One that I think is probably further along in its maturity curve, maybe than some of the others. But you get your hands on this one. You appreciate the fleece for it. Good Lincoln breed character. You get your hands on the top of the sheep, and it doesn't disappoint. I think there's just a lot of good traits about that one that just naturally sort itself up to the top. Get to the sheep in second. Here's one that I think with a couple more days on feed will end up pushing our class winner. He looks like he's got the skeleton to grow and probably just going to be a little bit more of a later maturing ram, but one that's awfully good in his fleece type. When you get your hands on him, you can just still feel that he's green on his top. Put that guy on feed, I think he'll come back out and compete with our class winner a little more. Get down here into a Buckland lamb in third, one that you really appreciate the tightness and density of the locks of his fleece. For me, I just need to straighten him up a little bit in his top line. He likes to roll off in that hip ever so slightly and consequently break right behind the shoulder. I think if we can just bring that top line together, make him a little bit more comfortable on the move, he'll move right up and compete with the rest of the class. But that's the way I see him today. Good job, exhibitors.
Your results from the Lincoln Winter Ram Lamb class. First place goes to Lori Bauman on Buckshot 2501. Second place, Alyssa Carpenter, Carpenter 1004. And third place, Alexis White on Campbell 513-204. Now entering the ring for the Lincolns on the East Ring, Spring Ram Lamb. Second call, Yearling Ewes.
Nice to have a little bigger class here. We have some more things to look at and some different types of things to evaluate on these sheep. Really like these top few bucks in here. I think the ram that we start with is a really complete type of ram as far as his balance when we view him from the side. He's a ram that's tall up through his front end. He's a ram that I guess where he excels in this class is just that overall width. I mean, you see how much wider this guy sets his feet down. A ram that's really big down his top, a ram that's super square out over that hip. We got that extra width and dimension in down through that center of that leg, and you can see that flare as he gets out and moves. The buck in second is a ram. I like a lot of things about him. This young man gets his sheep set up, and he's one that I think you could talk about winning this class. I mean, he's really elevated up through his front end. He's really high at the point of the shoulders. He's level down through that top. Does he have as much width and mass as our class winner? Not necessarily today. He's not quite as far along. I guess where I struggle with him a little bit more is when we get him out and put him in motion. He's a buck that just doesn't want to hold together extremely well for me today, but I do love him when he gets him set. A ram that just kind of naturally fell into the third hole for me is a super complete type of sheep. He's a little more compact than the two that we started with, a little shorter bodied, more compact type of buck, but he's a ram that has some muscle. He has some levelness out through that hip. I just like to stretch him out a little bit in order to compete with those top two bucks today. A little bigger frame type of ram is the buck that we have here in fourth. He's elevated up through his front end as well. I just like to put more shape and muscling in this guy to run him up at the top of the class. And then we fall into a complete buck here in fifth. Another good balance, nice made type of sheep. We just need a lot more width and dimension as we carry out through that hip. But this is a really good class of bucks on down through. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Certainly a lot of differences in these two buck lambs here. I'm going to start with one that I think is just a little bit more youthful. He's a little green in terms of his maturity curve, which is not a bad thing in this February class. One that I think if I could change him just a little bit, I'd like to tighten that lock structure up just a hair on him. He gets a little straight for me, but maybe when you get your hands on this one, you really like what you find. This guy's incredibly long, hind saddled. When you put your hands on that shoulder, you find evidence that he's going to be natural, put some natural muscularity and just all general skeletal quality. We get here to one in second, one that I think really handles massive today. I think one that's definitely further along in terms of his maturity curve. I think he's going to be more moderate of a sheep. One that you can certainly appreciate the denseness and the lock structure of those fleeces. For me, I just need to tie a spine together just a little bit straighter. Maybe change a couple little structural things on him, but one that I think certainly has a lot of quality.
Your results from the Southdown Winter Ram Lamb class. First place, Caden Lake with Lake 25 007 ET. Second place, Ephraim Fowler with Fowler 2501. Third place, Jordan Ramsey on Fowler 2504. Fourth place, Isabella Byler with Hillcrest 2404. Fifth place is Kylie Oplinger with Oplinger 2178. Sixth place, James McCartney with NSLS 25019. Seventh place, Carson Schaffner 10862.
The Opliger that you asked about, that's Kaylee. Like Kaylie. I only know that because she's one of my students. Or was one of my students.
Results from the Lincoln Spring Ram Lamb class. First place, Lori Bauman with Buckshot 2520. Second place, Alexis White with Campbell 516-210.
For a second session, if we have the years of this stuff, I might build myself a spreadsheet with that at the bottom.
Currently in the ring, in the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring, are your Southdown Spring Ram Lambs. Second call, Southdown Yearling Ewes.
This is fun. I use that computer so much. This is over there, yes.
Currently in the East Ring, they're showing for the champion Lincoln Ram. Last call, Lincoln Yearling Ewes.
Here are your sheep and the champion.
Currently in your East Ring, showing for the Lincoln champion Ram. In the Yearling Ram division, you have Lori Bauman and Alexis White. In your Fall Ram Lamb division, you have Noah McAllister. For your Winter Ram Lambs, you have Lori Bauman and Alyssa Carpenter. And out of your Spring Ram Lamb division is Lori Bauman and Alexis White.
Well, folks, the Lincoln breed has certainly been well represented by the set of rams that we've seen come out here today. I think in my mind there's 3 sheep that are kind of in the hunt for this. We've got our yearling buck that's just massive, has a lot to offer. You really love that aspect about him. For me, I could change him up just a little bit on his rear wheels. That's being really critical of one that I think offers a lot of quality to the breed. Our fall buck, one that came out as a single entry in class, that just really great Lincoln breed character, nice jet black nose, the Lincoln head that you like to see, beautiful fleece. One that is probably not the most massive when you get your hands on him, but I think he's really structurally correct all the way back. One that moves around really good. And then we got our winter buck lamb that I think is still green, but one that I think definitely looks like he could grow and be something special. For me today, I think that those 3 are very competitive. I think that fall buck that came out in the class by himself just is exceptional and kind of rises above the rest. He'll be your champion. We'll follow him up with the January buck lamb for reserve.
Nice group of Southdown buck lambs down here. We got some differences in these guys in maturity out here. As you can see, is my younger buck here that we have here in second, extremely green. Like a lot of things about this buck, I'm gonna start talking about him, I guess, in this particular class. He's extremely elevated up through that front. Love the way that head and neck sets in. Super level down that top, extremely well balanced sheep. There's just not enough of him today. I think our class winner is a complete enough buck out here for me today. He's a sheep that handles with some width up through that rack, a sheep that's got some width out through that hip and loin. A ram I'd like to maybe balance him up just a tick more, but I think that's a solid enough ram that I don't have to prospect quite as much on this younger buck here in second. But really good pair of bucks up there at the top of our class. If you're somebody that's into rib and body, you're going to love this third place buck. He's a great big old rib type of ram, a ram that's really level down that top, a ram that's carrying a little more condition maybe than some of the other bucks in the class, and that's maybe where we're getting a little bit more of that smoothness. But that's a nice type of sheep with some muscle, level out through his hip. They've done a great job getting him prepped today. Another really elevated type of buck is the one that we ended up here with in fourth. You see he's super high right there at the point of the shoulders. He's level out through. I guess this guy just gets a little bit more pinched in his overall rib for me. That forerib gets a little tight there in that buck, but that's a nice type of sheep that's going to throw some females that are extremely elevated up through her front end as well. Then we get into a pair of bucks here that have some good things about them. They have some length of body. They have some squareness. Just not quite the overall shape and muscling as the ones that we had in the top end of the class, but a really good bucks that can go on and be productive as well. Thank you.
Results from your East Ring Your Lincoln Ram champion goes to Noah McAllister with his fall Ram Lamb. And your reserve champion Ram goes to Lori Bauman out of the winter division. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring for the South Downs Spring Ram Lamb class. First place, Ephraim Fowler on Fowler, 25-16. Second place, Lydia Lake with Lake, 25-292. Third place goes to Ethan Dravenscott with a Forsey Miller R25-093. Fourth place goes to Caden McCoy with a Shane 2530. Fifth place goes to Drew. Are you good with that?
I get it back there.
Huh? Do you need it back?
Yeah.
Currently in the East Ring, yearling ewes are in the ring. Third call, Lincoln Winter Ewe Lamb. And first call, Lincoln Spring Ewe Lambs. We would like to thank the sponsors for your champion Lincoln Ram banner from Alpha and Omega Genetics, represented by Rob Sando. Your reserve champion Lincoln Ram banner was donated by Sando Lincolns, also represented by Rob Sando. We would like to thank our sponsors for those. Currently showing in the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring, they are showing for your champion Southdown Ram. Attention in the barns. If Janet Roberts is in the barn, please come up to the announcer podium. Attention in the barns. If Janet Roberts is in the barn, please come up to the show office or announcer podium.
Well, folks, we're going to start the class of Lincoln yearling ewes off with one that I think is just really high-powered, going to be really hard to get around. This ewe obviously has a skeletal size advantage on the rest, but that's not why she's here. I think she's the most structurally sound of the class. When you get your hands on her, she's just really long. Really appreciate the length that this one brings and still maintains balance with enough size and power to her. I think that she's got a nice Lincoln head on her, one that I think is just a very, very logical place for us to start start the class. Where it gets a little bit tighter for me is back here between 2 and 3. I think the ewe that comes to us in second is just a little bit fresher in terms of her appearance today. She doesn't have quite as much condition as the one that comes next to her. In addition to that, I think that her fleece is a little bit more uniform from front to rear. I think that she comes with a little bit more femininity about her front end. I think that's what accelerates her over the ewe in third. Ewe in third, man, if you want a moderate one that's gonna bring a lot of width and power, here she is. For me today, I'd like to lengthen that fleece out just a little bit, maybe shave down a little bit of that condition off of her, but one that is definitely going to do good in a brood ewe setting and really provide some value to the breeder. We get down here to 1 and 4th. This one is just a green ewe that comes today. I'd like to change the way her lock structure is just a little bit to keep up with the rest of the class. I think you just need to give this ewe some more days on feed, and as she grows and matures, you'll get a better idea of what you're going to end up with, and she'll compete with the rest of the class. Nice job, exhibitors.
We get these Southdown Rams out here for our championship drive, and I'm pleased with the set of bucks that we have out here. I think we have some sheep that represent the breed pretty well as far as having some style, having some balance, being sound sheep with structural correctness. We have a couple in here that have a little bit more shape and muscle than maybe some of the others that I think can really help lead the breed. I'm not going to talk about them a lot more. I'll go out and congratulate your champion in reserve. Thank you.
Reserve champion ram. Actually, yes. Champion and reserve champion ram in gameplay.
In the East Ring for the Lincolns, last call, Claire Sachs. Last call, Claire Sachs. Results from the junior breeding Lincoln in the East Ring. Yearling ewe, first place, Lori Bauman with buckshot 2408. Second place goes to Alyssa Carpenter, buckshot 2415. Third place goes to Alexis White, Campbell 196. And fourth place, Alexis White on Anderson 2404. In the East Ring for the Lincolns, third call, Spring Ewe Lambs. In your Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring, we have results in for your champion Southdown Ram. Your champion Ram goes to Caden Lake out of the winter division. Your reserve champion Ram also goes to Caden Lake out of the yearling division. We would like to thank those sponsors for the champion Southdown Ram banners to the Schaffner and Sexton families, represented by Avery Schaffner and Frank Sexton. And with your reserve champion Southdown Ram Lamb banner is the Schaffner and Sexton families as well. Currently entering the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring is your Southdown Yearling ewe class. Third call, Southdown Fall Ewe Lambs. Second call, Southdown Winter Ewe Lambs.
this Lincoln ULAM class, we got one that I think just kind of brings itself to the top of the class pretty handily for me. One that you get your hands on her, you really like the length of body that she brings to the table. You get your hands across her rack and back across her hind saddle. She carries a tremendous amount of width, tremendous length of body. She's really extended throughout her front end. I think just a really logical place for me to start. One that comes here in second is one that's got a nice tight lock structure. You really appreciate that about her. If I could change this you ever so slightly, I'd like to take that break out right from behind her shoulder. If we could get her top line to lay in just a little bit more level, I think she'd keep up with our class winner. She also just loses the battle in terms of width of pin, the one that comes in front of her, but one that's certainly nice, bright white fleece, and these young exhibitors do a great job of getting her presented. One that comes here next in third, I think one that pushes our second place sheep in terms of youthfulness and appearance, that it's going to grow and have some structure to it. For me, I think I just need to level this one off just a little bit in the hip. I think she gets a little bit shorter necked. Maybe if we could just tweak a couple of things about her and make her balance just ever so slightly better. I think she gets up a little bit higher in the class, but one that you certainly like from a fleece standpoint. Overall quality set of Lincoln ewes.
Your results in the East Ring for your Lincoln Winter ULAM class. First place, Lori Bauman with Buckshot 2506. Second place, Claire Sachs with Alpha Omega 2501. And third place, Alexis White with Campbell 501-202. Now in the East Ring, Lincoln class, Spring ULAM. Third call, Lincoln, Spring ULAM. First call, first and second place class winners. Helping in the ring today, we have the Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador, Avery Schaffner. She is a sophomore at Ohio State University, majoring in elementary education.
I'm judging spring lambs at this stage of the game. I'm just looking for the pieces that aren't going to go away, that are correct, that as they grow. I think that the skeleton on this one that starts is just built right. I think she's got a really nice fleece on her. She's incredibly green today, but I think there's a lot of potential for this one to grow into something something great down the road. I think a very logical, complete place for us to start. Get back here to 1 and 2nd that I think kind of follows her most closely in terms of youthfulness. One that's very green appearing to us today, but when you get your hands on her, she's one that, you feel the skeletal pieces are right. She's going to grow. I think she has the frame and the youthfulness and the appearance to look like she's going to, become something better with a couple more days on feed. Throw in there that she's got a nice fleece when you get it opened up. I think a logical place to go in too. One that comes in 3rd is definitely the most mature of the class. You can appreciate how much power and massiveness that she brings to the table. For me, I think I just need to level her up a little bit structurally. When you get her on the move, I know she's fighting you, so it's not helping the issue at all, but she likes to come up in that loin just a little bit and drop that tail head. I think if we could just level her out a little bit and keep her a little bit more sound appearing on the move, I think she can move right up the class, but for that reason, she's got to stay in 3rd for me today.
Results out of the East Wing ring. The Lincoln Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Caitlin Coleman with Alpha Omega Eloma 2542. Second place, Alyssa Carpenter with Buckshot 2510. And third place, Alexis White with Campbell 515-209. Currently in the ring for the Lincolns Spring Ewe Lambs. Third call for first.
So the champion's in there.
Currently in the ring for the Lincolns are showing for champion Ewe. Currently showing for champion Lincoln Ewe would be Lori Bauman and Alyssa Carpenter with out of the yearling Ewe division. Lori Bauman and Claire Sachs with winter Ewe Lambs. And Caitlin Coleman and Alyssa Carpenter with spring Ewe Lambs. Your sponsors for your Champion and Reserve Lincoln Ewe banners. Champion banner by Alpha and Omega Genetics, represented by Tina McAllister. Your Reserve Champion Lincoln Ewe banner is donated by Sando Lincolns, represented by Rob Sando.
Certainly an excellent set of Lincoln U's that really are going to compete wherever you take them in the country. For me, I think it's pretty obvious that there's two out here that are competing today. In my mind, it's the Yearling U and the Spring Ewe Lamb. The Yearling U is just big ewe that I really appreciate her structure. She's skeletally correct. As far as having rib shape, she's got it. I think that this sheep is just very, very complete and a great representation of the breed and what I'd want a Lincoln Yearling Ewe to look like. We get to and consider this Spring Ewe Lamb, and man, that's one that's just got potential written all over. She's so youthful. She's skeletally correct. I mean, she's extremely flexible off both ends. I think that either one of these ewes is going to make a great champion. For me today, I think the added maturity and age that comes along with our yearling ewe is going to get her there to win. We'll use the Spring for reserve.
Your champion Lincoln Ewe goes to Lori Boffman, and your reserve champion Lincoln Ewe goes to Caitlin Coleman.
Really good group of ewes. Sorry it took me a little longer to get through these, a little bigger class. And then when we get to this top end, we got a lot of differences in these three sheep. I mean, there's just a tremendous amount of difference in these three ewes that are at the top of our class. I don't know that one just takes overall command out here for me today and checks all the boxes, but I think we got one up here that we're going to start with that is most like the kind of sheep that I like. As you can see from the side, she's our elevated ewe. She's our tall-fronted ewe. She's got that extra length of body. A ewe that's really good as far as her balance when we view her from the side. I guess where she excels this class for me is the way she's built up through that front end. She's extremely tall up through there. This is a sheep that wedges the right way. It needs to be noted that this sheep is way leaner than anything else in this class as well. She's way trimmer than my second and third place ewes. Do I wish I could change her when she gets out on the move, maybe change her out over her hip there a little bit. She tails off right there in that tail set just a tick maybe in comparison to our second place ewe, but that's getting critical of a really good made, really extended type of female up there to win our class. From a weather standpoint, the second ewe is my sheep. You get right behind her and she's extremely wide base. This sheep is extremely big out through that hip. She's wide down here at the ground. She is carrying a little bit more condition for me today, but I guess she gets a little plainer up through her front end for me. I'd like to give her a little bit more extension up through there. That's getting critical of a really nice ewe there to be second in this particular class. My third place female is kind of my complete type of female in this class. She just kind of fell into this third hole here for me today. She's not the widest base sheep in the class. She's not the most extended sheep in the class. She's just kind of a nice complete type of sheep. I wish I could make her a little bigger for as much condition she is. I wish I could wedge her the other way a little bit, make her a little bigger and square right out over that hip in comparison to our second place ewe. Really good class of females up there. Then we get into a pair of ewes down here in fourth and fifth. They're a little bigger in their frame in comparison to some of the other ewes that we had in the class. Just not quite as much overall natural thickness when we view them from behind as they go away from us. But those are nice, balanced, tall-fronted type of females that can definitely go on and produce some very nice offspring for these young exhibitors. Let's give this big class of yearling ewes a round of applause. Thank you.
the Columbias. Attention in the barns. At this time in the East Ring, the wool breeds will be entering the Columbias. The Columbia breed will be next in the East Ring. Results from the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council Ring for your Southdown Junior Yearling U class. First place goes to Ephraim Fowler on Fowler 2434. Second place goes to Braden Wolf with Bunny Sowers E24 13 ET. Third place goes to Caden Lake with Lake 24 317. Fourth place goes to Caden McCoy with Shane 24 23. Fifth place goes to Violet Shoemaker with Shane 24 29. Sixth place Colby Jordan 0181. Seventh place, Abby Isler, Shane, 24-11. Eighth place, Ephraim Fowler with Fowler, 24-24. Ninth place, Ethan Dravenscott with Dravenscott, 24-02G. And 10th place, Colt McCoy with Shane, 24-30.
So that Ethan is Raven's not Dragon.
Currently in the East Ring, we're starting the Junior Breeding Columbia show. Currently in the ring is the Yearling Ram. Third call, Fall Ram Lamb. First call, Winter Ram Lamb.
Single entry buck out here, but one that I think brings a lot of quality to the Columbia breed. Super tall, super long, extremely flexible when he gets out on the move. You really like all those things about him. He's got the foundation for what looks like a very strong Columbia fleece to grow in. I think just overall quality is one to start off with today.
Results from the Lincoln Breeding Flock. First place goes to Lori Bonfman. Second place, Alyssa Carpenter. And third place, Alexis White. In your first place, Columbia Fall Ram Lamb goes to Courtney Copeland. Attention for all those showing Southdowns. The Southdown breed meeting is at 1 o'clock in the wool room. Attention in the barns. Southdown breed meeting today at 1 o'clock in the wool room. Results from your Columbia Winter Ram Lamb class. First place goes to Courtney Copeland.
Another really strong representative of the Columbia breed out here. Open up, you got a nice bright white fleece. It gets a little bit variable at times, but I don't think anything that's outside of acceptable for the breed. One that comes with just good structural quality. You get your hands on him, he's nice and level, extremely long. Overall, really quality one to start off with.
In your Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring, last call, Southdown Winter ewe lambs. First call, Southdown Spring ewe lambs. Currently on their way into the East ring, showing for champion Columbia Ram. Third final call for the Columbia yearling ewes. First call, Columbia fall ewe lambs.
Rear exhibitor, if they have 2 in the class, they still get points on both.
Definitely some differences in terms of maturity between this pair, but I think there's quality to be found in both of them. Our class winner's just got the most to him today. He's just obviously a little bit more further along on the growth curve, but man, he's got a really soft fleece that's really uniform in terms of micron from front to rear. Love that about him. Dead level in his structure. When he gets out and go, you just like to, that's one you like to watch a motor. I think a pretty logical place for us to start. Young man brings us a really youthful looking ram lamb here in second. I think one that is definitely going to do better with more days on feed. I think he's just probably loses the battle in terms of days of age here, but one that definitely has a nice soft Columbia fleece to him, very extended and elevated. One that has the skeleton to grow. It just isn't quite there today. 2 quality buck lambs out here.
Nice class of ewe lambs down here on the Southdown end. I think we got a sheep that's super complete to start our class off with. This ewe lamb is just really, really built well up through that front end. I love the way that neck sets into the shoulders. She's extremely balanced when we view her from flank to flank. Love the extra elevation in that chest floor. A sheep that comes back and handles wide the whole way back through. That's where she excels a little bit over our second place female. I think she's a little bigger right out here, little square right out there through that hip. That's a really nice sheep to win our class. Love the athleticism in this second place ewe. A little different kind as far as maybe some of the other sheep that we've seen. Definitely a little more on the weather end of things. And she does that pretty well. I mean, this is a ewe that handles really good down that top. She's probably quite a bit younger than the rest in here. In order to get her up at the top of this class, so I'd just need to make her a little bigger right out here, a little wider and square out in that hip. And then I probably could have run her the whole way to the top. Big old broody type of ewe is what we have here in third. Just a rugged, big rib type of ewe. She's stout at the ground. Ewe that just gets a little plainer in her overall look in comparison to the 2 that we had on the top of class as far as having that style and design. But that's a really nice brood ewe type of ewe there in third. Love the extension on the sheep that we have here in fourth. A sheep that's really tall up through that front end as well. A sheep that handles straight down that top. She just runs out of power in compared to the 3 that we had on the top of the class. We look at her as we get down through the center of that leg, and she gets just a little narrower built. But that's a nice type of sheep there in fourth as well. And then our 5th place ewe lamb is a really complete type of sheep. I just like to bring her up out of that front end a little bit more in order to compete with those animals at the top. Good class of ewe lambs the whole way through. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as well. Thank you.
Results from the East ring, your Columbia Spring Ram Lamb class. First place, Courtney Copeland with Copeland 0686. And second place, Driston Pajak Stenger. Now showing in the East ring is for your Columbia champion Ram. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring for your Southdown Fall ewe lamb class. First place goes to Ephraim Fowler. Second place, Brett Martin with FCL 2481. Third place is Jordan Ramsey with Miller E24 345. Fourth place, Caden McCoy with Shane 2439. Fifth place, Allie Boyd with Obliger 2161. Sixth place goes to Drew Carpenter, Obsession Showstock 5526. Seventh place, Kaylee Opliger with Obliger 2162. Eighth place, Kaylee Opliger with Obliger 2159. Now in the South Downs, the winner ULAM class is in the ring. Third call, South Down Spring ULAMs.
I think here in our buck class, there's really 3 individuals out here that bring a lot of quality to the breed. For me, this later buck lamb just has the most uniformity in his fleece from front to rear. I think that he's probably the longest hind saddled and levelest in his hip out of the 3. I think a very logical one for us to use for champion. We'll follow him up with the winner for reserve.
Your champion Columbia Ram banner was donated by Copeland Family Sheep Farm, and they are represented by Avery Schaffner, the Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Your reserve champion Columbia Ram banner, donated by the Ohio Columbia Association, represented by Pam Bussinger. Your champion Columbia Ram goes to Courtney Copeland out of the Spring Division. And your reserve champion Ram goes to Courtney Copeland with her Winter Division.
Legal or legal?
Well,
I know.
is that helping you? There's some extras of the free sheet.
Now entering the East Ring, Columbia Yearling U class. Third call, Columbia Fall U class. First call, Columbia Winter U Lambs. We would like to thank the sponsors of the Ohio State Fair Sheep Barn Promotion Auction, also known as the Ohio State Fair Banner Auction. It was held back on May 14th on breedersworld.com. Your sponsors for the West Makeup Ring, the Nationwide Farm Bureau, and OSIA Lead Counsel. For the announcer stand banner, we'd like to thank Showstock Secrets. Also contributing sponsors for the promotion auction go to Martin Welding and Fabrication, Ohio Farm Bureau Federation Nationwide Insurance, Ohio Southdown Breeders Association, and Select Livestock Services. Joining us here in 2025 for the first time for the live streaming is ringsidelive.com. They will be live streaming during the 3 days of the shows here at the Ohio State Fair Breeding Sheep Junior Shows. If you want to view the shows online, it is ringsidelive.com. We'd like to thank the sponsors that help make that happen: the Ohio Southdown Association, Ohio Hampshire Association, Ohio Dorset Association, Hilltop Showstock, ALAM Livestock, 4C Southdowns, Fowler Southdowns, Diamond S Southdowns, Alpha and Omega Genetics, Ohio Suffolk Association, Ohio Katahdin Breeders Association, Martin Welding and Fabrication, Martin Livestock, Marilyn and Greg Fogel and Family, Dorsets and Daylilies, Nichols Sheep Farm, Wolf Brothers, Riven Oak Livestock, Hershey, Cropland LLC, Patterson Fruit Farm and Root Horned, Dorsets, T.H. Wallace Farms, Ohio Cordell Association, Doug Kirkpatrick, Backwoods Farms, and Buckshot Farms.
Good set of Southdown ewe lambs on down through. I mean, this is a really good, deep, solid set of sheep. These exhibitors should definitely keep working with these and then bring these back as a yearling again next year. As we get them out here, I think there's one. As soon as I put them in motion, I think this class got summed up pretty quick for me here today. This little ewe lamb that wins our class just really gets out and travels extremely well. Really good balanced type of sheep. She's got some muscle. She's got some width. She shows some shape as we view her out through that hind saddle. But like I said, this sheep just gets out and excels on the move here today. She holds together the best. She's levelest down her top as she gets out and travels. Really nice kind of ewe lamb there to win our class. I think these second and third place ewe lambs are a little closer out here for me today. I like the style in these ewes. These ewes aren't the widest base ewes in the class necessarily, but they have enough width for me. I think they tie together in their shoulders and their neck set extremely well. I think our second place ewe is just a tick wider and square out through that hip than our third place ewe, but that's a nice type of sheep in there in the second hole. Our third place ewe is another one of those really highly elevated front-ended type of sheep. They do a good job of getting this one shown and extended. I just like to make her a little wider and square right out through that tail set in order to get her up over those first two. Then we get into our third and our fourth and fifth place ewe lambs out here. These ewe lambs are a little smaller in their overall frame maybe than the two that were just right in front of them. But I like the style and balance of this one here in fourth as well. I think she's a really neat fronted type of sheep, the way she's built up through there. I just wish she had a little bit more width in order to get her up over those top ones, but that's a nice sheep there in fourth as well. We get into our fifth place ewe lamb, and I didn't even pull her the first time, I don't think, because she was down on this end and I knew I had some on the other, but she just kept working her way right up on through. Really fault-free type of female, a ewe that in order to get her up in the top of that class, she needs to be a little bit more elevated in that front end, but she's got some width, she's got some balance, she's sound on those feet and legs. That's a nice type of female to be standing fifth. Good class of ewe lambs from top to bottom. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as well. Thank you.
In the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring with your Southdown winter ewe lamb class results. First place, Caden Lake on Shell House 25012. Second place goes to Ephraim Fowler with Fowler 2510. Third place, Ephraim Fowler with Fowler 2505. Fourth place goes to Isabella Byler on George Brothers 2514. Fifth place goes to Lydia Lake on Lake 25256. In sixth place, Derek Coleman with WSF 25019. Seventh place, Bella House with Fowler 2509. Eighth place is Emma Henson with Fowler 2513. Ninth place goes to Avery Mahas with 4C E25-058. And 10th place, Caden McCoy with Shane 2519. Now entering the ring for the South Downs is the Spring Ewe Lamb class. Following this class, we'll be showing for the champion South Down Ewe.
My apologies for taking a little bit more time here with this class, but I think there's a lot of differences to evaluate all the way down through these top 5. And I think that as we kind of sort to work through the things, I think one kind of comes to the top as being the most fault-free. I think, is she perfect skeletally? No. But this one's fleece is extremely uniform from front to rear. Maybe comes with just a nickel more britch wool than I'd like to see, but good Columbia breed character in that fleece. One that comes broody. She's long. She's got plenty of rib. One that I know is going to go be a productive female when she returns to the flock. One that comes out in second is one that you really love to look at from the stand back. That depth of body, I mean, she's just got so much capacity and brings a ton to the table from a brood use standpoint. Extremely feminine to her, out through her neck. For me, the problem comes when I open up that fleece. I find a little too much variation from what I'm seeing crimp structure-wise at the front shoulder. As I move across the side, that belly wool line likes to creep up just a little bit higher than our class winner. I think if we can improve the uniformity of this fleece and just lengthen out that staple and knock out a little bit of that belly wool, I think she walks away with this class pretty handily. But for me today, I got to see those few changes made. One that comes in third is a really excellent female that I think maybe just is a little bit shorter than the two in front of her. You want to talk about good character on a Columbia fleece. Take a look at this one. Nice long white staple, very uniform in terms of its crimp. One that really offers a lot of good from that standpoint. I think she's a little more youthful than the two ahead of her. I think with some more days on feed, she certainly could push up and become a contender for the class. The sheep that when you're standing back looking at the top 5, wondering why it's there, is the one in fourth. That's a really broody type of a female that just comes with so much rib shape, so much maternal body. I think that one is going to make a really good brood ewe for these folks. Comes with so much mass and power. For me, when I open up the fleece on this one, I see a lot bolder of a crimp structure than I'd like to see for the Columbia breed. For that reason, she falls down here into fourth. One down here in 5 that I think comes with a lot of quality from a fleece standpoint. I just need to balance her up a little bit more in her underline, make her a little bit more comfortable when she goes out and moves. Maybe give her a little bit more 3-dimension in terms of her maternal rib and you know, just underline to keep up with the rest of the class. But certainly a lot of quality to be found all the way down through these top 5. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Your results from the East Ring for your Columbia yearling ewes. First place goes to Courtney Copeland on Brant 4461. Second place, Eli Cobb with Cobb G 2155. Third place, Ella Kistler with Seifert W310. Fourth place goes to Courtney Copeland with Copeland 0519. Sixth place is Monroe Groves with Grove WCY CO776. Seventh place goes to Diston Pajak Stanger. Next in the ring for the Columbias will be the Columbia Fall Ewe Lambs. Third call for the Columbia Winter Ewe Lambs. First call, Columbia Spring Ewe Lambs.
certainly a lot of quality top to bottom here in this class. For me, I'm going to start out with the ewe that comes with the length of staple advantage. When you set this ewe into motion, she just moves around the ring so comfortably. That top line lays in. Love the way she uses all four corners. She's very feminine. Whether or not she's going to be the tallest shouldered sheep out here when she gets to be a yearling is still yet to be unknown, but I really do appreciate the fleece on this one from a uniformity. It's, nice blocky white fleece staple structure that we'd like to see in a Columbia ewe. And again, just that staple length today, I think, adds enough value to get her to the top of the class. It's a little bit of a give and take here for me in 2 and 3. 2, definitely the more moderate ewe that looks like she's going to have a little more depth of body to her, at least standing in the ring today. For me, when I open up the fleece on this one, I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt and say that her fleece is still looking a little lammy. We still see a little more boldness in terms of that crimp structure than we like to see for a Columbia. Or distinctness, I would say, is probably the better word than bold as far as her crimp structure. But, structurally, I think she excels over the next one. I think today at this maturity stage, she just balances well and still has enough femininity and youthfulness up through her front end. One that you absolutely love the fleece on for the Columbia breed type is the one that comes here in 3. You open it up, it's a nice bright white fleece. This is what I like to see when I look at a Columbia fleece. For me today, I think she just doesn't quite balance up as nicely. I think she's at a spot in her growth curve where she's really starting to get tall, but she hasn't quite started to add those maternal traits, dropping that top line yet. I think with more days on feed, she's going to balance up and make one really good yearling ewe for you. Young ladies bring out a ewe lamb here that's just a really, really soft fleece. You love that about it. When you get your hands on it, open it up, it's bright white. For me, I think I just need to balance her up a little bit structurally to keep up with the rest of the class, maybe level her up on her hip a little bit, and give her just a little bit more stoutness, but one that certainly, if you're looking for a nice, soft, beautiful fleece, you'll find it here in 4. Quality top to bottom. Let's congratulate these exhibitors as they leave the ring.
Your results in the East Ring. Columbia Fall Ewe Lambs. First place goes to Ella Kistler with Monteller Homestead 4130. Second place goes to Clay Cobb with Cobb F23-110. Third place goes to Eli Cobb with Cobb GR-23137. Fourth place goes to Monroe Groves with Emma Grove WCY CO873.
Good class of spring ewe lambs in here for the Southdown breed. There's something that everybody can like in here. We got a whole bunch of different kinds and types in this class. I think these top 2 females, to me, came to the top as soon as they came in the ring. I think these are ewes that command your attention for a lot of similar reasons and some differences here. We got a real youthful ewe lamb to start our class off with. She's different. She's extremely fresh out here today, extremely elevated up through that front end, a really good ribbed ewe. Ties into that neck set extremely well. She's big in that rack shape. She comes out wide and level out over that hip. She's super flat and super wide right here. I guess this is where I like her, the flatness and the squareness of that hip. She gets out and travels. She moves out extremely well. Good substance of bone. Really nice type of ewe lamb to start our class off with. The reason I struggled and it took me a little bit longer is because this is a really good one here in second as well. Just a bigger version maybe of the one that we just saw. She's handling a little more condition than our class winner here. She's a little bit farther along as far as age, I believe, than our class winner. But this is another sheep that's built extremely well. Really good balance, extremely well balanced from flank to flank. She ties into that head and neck as well. She's probably not quite as wide and square right out here over that hip. That's where that little ewe lamb's going to get her here today. She's just a little more width right up there at that upper hip. But that's a really good sheep there in second place as well. A ewe lamb that just kind of fell into the third hole for me. She just kept coming up and up as we moved through the class. She's just kind of a complete type of sheep. Not as stout maybe as the ones that we had on the top of the class, but a really nice, well-balanced type of ewe lamb. Not quite the same look as the ones that we had up here. I guess where she kind of falls off for me as we get down into that stifle and that lower leg. We're just not seeing quite as much expression as we did in our class winner. a more rugged made type of ewe lamb, but she has too much shape. I could not keep her up in this class as our ewe lamb that we had here in fourth. Ton of power in this one. I mean, you get right behind her, and she just kept climbing right up through. She's probably the biggest in the squares down that, or as far as much overall width. When we get right behind her, we like the extra width down low. A ewe that just gets a little plainer up through her front end for me, but no way I wasn't getting this one with that kind of power up in the top 5. And then we finish off with another one that's a little bit different in her kind. This is probably our elevated, our pretty older style Southdown type of female here. A really good made type of ewe, really good balanced, really level down that top. But when you get right behind her and you get right up on top her, just not as much shape as the ones that we had in the top end of this class. Really nice class of Southdown ewe lambs from top to bottom. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Definitely differences in age of the two out here. Our class winner being the one that's more mature, but that's not why she's there. She's one that just balances up so well from an underline standpoint. When you set her into motion, you just love how her skeleton moves so freely. She's very feminine about her front end. A good solid fleece on her. I think it's hard to poke a hole in that one. One that comes here in second, man, when you get your hands on that fleece, it is incredibly dense. I really commend this young man for having a nice dense fleece on this ewe lamb. I think some more days on age, more days on feed. She'll get a little bit older. She'll start to get more mature and maybe keep up with the class winner. I think for me, too, she might read just a little bit narrower as she tracks around. Again, some of that might come with age, but today I think when we have it up here with our class winner, we got to stick with it. Really nice set of ewe lambs, guys.
Results from the East Ring is the Columbia winner ewe lambs. Courtney Copeland in first place with C. Copeland 646. Second place goes to Wade Cap, Bullen 2425. In your nationwide Farm Bureau lead council ring, results from the Southdown Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Josie Weir on Mapeline 25-37S. Second place goes to Caden Lake with Lake 25095. Third place, Evelyn Ream with Bore A 451. Fourth place goes to Reed Coleman with price 25021. Fifth place goes to Lysine Byler with Hillcrest 2405. Sixth place goes to Lydia Lake with Lake 25122. Seventh place, Jordan Ramsey with Oldenburg 25046. And eighth place goes to Drew Carpenter, Oldenburg 25021. Ninth place is Everett Ream with Bore A 425. And in 10th place goes to Kaylee Opliger with Opliger 2183. Now showing in the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring, we're showing for the Southdown Champion ewe. Currently in the ring with yearling ewes is Ephraim Fowler and Braden Wolf. With fall ewe lambs, Ephraim Fowler and Brett Martin. Winter ewe lambs, you have Caden Lake and Ephraim Fowler. And in the spring ewe lamb is Josie Weir and Caden Lake.
Well, let's put your hands together for these Southdown breeders out here. I think they brought us a really nice set of sheep here today. You know, as I get to working through these Southdowns, there's a lot of difference in their type and kind. You know, there's a lot of people that like what they like out here, and you see several different directions which you could go with these sheep, and I think that's the beauty of this. That's the beauty of raising sheep. We all get to be the general manager of our pro team, and we get to go ahead and focus on the areas that we like and get those type of sheep out here, and we get to exhibit them and then go ahead and compete with the others and see how we stack up, and I think we have a really nice set out here. We got some different types and kinds, you know, even in our pairs. You know, I don't know that you can definitely go through and say that you know, some of these classes were not as extremely as consistent as I'd like to see, because we had some key qualities in some of these sheep that I think needed to be brought to the top where they excel in different areas. There's a pair of them out here I think that suit me extremely well as far as what I like to see in a female. I like to see our female that are sound. I like to see our females that are extended up through that front end. We get into the Southdown breed here, we definitely need to have that muscle and shape and thickness with those out here as well. I think we have a complete set. You know, they have some differences in the way they're built and differences in their kind, but we have a really complete set of females out here. I'm not going to talk a whole lot more. I'm going to go out and get your champion and reserve champion Southdown females. Let's give these 8 exhibitors one more round of applause, and we'll go out and get your champion and reserve. Thank you.
Like on the
Your champion Southdown U goes to Ephraim Fowler with the Fall U Lamb. Your champion Southdown U banner is donated by Fowler Southdowns and is represented by Martha Fowler. Your reserve champion Southdown U goes to Caden Lake with the winner ewe lamb. And the reserve champion Southdown U banner donated by the Schaffner and Sexton families, represented by Avery Schaffner and Frank Sexton.
6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sheep.
So I usually would just highlight that sitting there, and we'll just save that. And it doesn't. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking.
Next in the nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring, we'll be showing for the Southdown flock.
I use Google Sheets so much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, this is fine.
Folks, this pair of ewe lambs that comes up to the top of the class here are both elite in terms of their quality. I think there's some similarities and some differences that we'll work our way through. The class winner for me, she comes with a little bit more length of staple today. Is she going to be the more moderate of the two ewes? Yes, but I think that she still balances very nicely for her frame size. You open up that fleece and she's got a foundation for really beautiful Columbia fleece to grow in, very soft to the touch. You really appreciate just the character that comes with that one. One that comes here in second, absolutely the more growthy of the pair. I think one that with more days on feed is just going to make an absolute monster of a yearling ewe that's going to be really tough to beat. For me today, she's not wanting to participate. It makes her, when she gets on the move, come up in her top ever so slightly. I think if she just would relax, I hope that goes down. I think the other thing that really separates these two for me today is that length of staple. Length of staple isn't a huge thing when I'm talking about ewe lambs, but one has it and you know what that fleece looks like and you like it. And you have one that just is a little short in some spots and it's still a question mark as to what that fleece is going to look like. Man, it just very, very small things. I think there's a lot of quality in both of these two. I think a guy could be happy using either one of them to win the class. Those are just the little things that sorted out for me today. Get back here to a ewe in third that, wow, she's got a lot of length of body, a lot of skeleton to her, and moves around comfortably. For me, this fleece is a little bit softer, a little bit more open of a fleece. I think I'd like to change that just a little bit, give her a little bit more density to that fleece to move her up any higher. One that comes here in four is one that you really do enjoy looking at the fleece on. It's nice, bright white, what you want to see in a Columbia ewe. For me, I think she just doesn't quite balance up as nicely, tapers off a little bit more in her hip than the ones ahead of her. And then we get down here to 1 and 5 that just really gorgeous, soft, bright white fleece when you open it up. She's just a really youthful ewe in the class. I think she just needs some more days on feed to keep up with the ones ahead of her, but certainly a lot of quality to be found here from top to bottom. Let's give those guys a big round of applause.
Results from the East Ring. Columbia Spring Ewe Lambs. First place goes to Courtney Copeland with Brant 4481. Second place, Eli Cobb with Cobb GR 25084. Third place, Courtney Copeland with C. Copeland 0764. Fourth place goes to Clay Cobb with Cobb G 23085. Fifth place goes to Driston Pajak Stenger with Bussinger 65. Next class in the East Ring will be showing for champion Columbia ewe. Showing for champion Columbia ewe out of the yearling class, Courtney Copeland and Eli Cobb. Fall ewe lamb with Ella Kistler and Clay Cobb. Winter ewe lamb has Courtney Copeland and Wade Cap. Spring ewe lamb is Courtney Copeland and Eli Cobb.
All right. Dale Davis is going to present.
Southdown exhibitors, please hold your placings.
You get into these group classes and I guess our flock is what we're calling it out here today. I think we've had a nice show on through, and I appreciate the Southdown breeders working so hard to bring a nice set of sheep out for us here today. I think you could flip-flop a couple of these a little bit differently. This is how I see them today as far as a set. I think these first two have brought a pretty powerful set of sheep out here for what I liked here today. We got our champion buck, and we got our champion ewe, and then a second place ewe lamb up here in our first pair, and then we come down here, we got our yearling ewe, our champion ewe, and then we have a first place buck lamb. I think we're looking at those. I just like the extra width and dimension that we have in that first set. Really good set of sheep we saw in the Southdown breed. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, and thanks again for the opportunity to sort these. Thank you.
At this time in the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council Ring, it is time for the Premier Exhibitor Award. This year's Southdown Premier Exhibitor Award goes to Ephraim Fowler. The Premier Exhibitor Award is presented to you by Old Glory Farms, Dale and Kathy Davis.
Yeah, he's got him right here. Yep.
Results from the Southdown Flock class. First place goes to Caden Lake. Second place, Ephraim Fowler. Third place, Lydia Lake. Fourth place, Jordan Ramsey. Fifth place, Caden McCoy. Sixth place, Kaylee Opliger. And seventh place, Drew Carpenter. Eighth place, James McCartney. In the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring, the next breed to show is the Hampshires. This is the final call for the junior breeding Hampshire yearling ram class. First call, Hampshire fall ram lambs. A reminder in the barn to all Southdown breeders, the Southdown meeting is going to be in the wool room at 1 p.m. today. In the wool room at 1 p.m.
Nice set of slick-sheared bucks here to start off our Hampshire show. I think the ram that we have out here definitely fits the type and kind that I like. A sheep that's extremely well balanced from the side, a sheep that gets out and travels extremely well. And then this ram, the bonus of this guy is you get right up on him and there's a ton of shape up in that rack. It carries out wide and level out through that hip. Just a real eye-appealing ram that has a substantial amount of muscle in him. If you're somebody that just wants them powerful and rugged and just big rib, that's your buck here in second. This guy is extremely wide base. A lot of power, a lot of shape in this ram. A ram that comes out and has a tremendous amount of thickness right there when you get right behind him. I just like to clean this guy up through his front end just a little bit, maybe make him a little neater and a neater look up through that front end and stouten him up on that bone in comparison to our class winner. But that ram has a lot of good in a lot of different breeding programs. Then we get into a pair of bucks up here that don't have as much style and design as the buck that won the class, and they're not quite as wide a based as the ram that we had there in second, but they're rams that are extremely functional. These rams have some thickness, they have some soundness. They're rams that do balance up relatively well from the side. We just like to make them a little neater in their overall look, or give them a little bit more shape in order to get up over those top couple bucks. But a nice set of Hampshire rams. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as well. Thank you.
Well, my apologies for taking a while here in the drive. I think there's 4 ewes out here that just hit me really hard when they came out in class. Starting with the pair of yearling ewes, I think there's just a ton of quality that represents the Columbia breed so well. Females that, when you have ewe lambs, you just, you hope that they grow and they get to be at the point of maturity where they come to the ring looking like these yearling ewes. I think those 2 are really, really good. This fall ewe lamb is another one that's really exceptional. When you get this one into motion, I don't think there's one that moves better. She motors around the ring extremely well. I think that her fleece is really beautiful and uniform from front to rear. Another really, really high quality one. We come down here to our last late class, and we get a ewe lamb that just balances so well. She catches your eye from the side profile every time you look at her. Obviously, being a ewe lamb, she comes a little bit shorter fleece than the ones ahead of her. But man, what you see there is one that's going to really grow up and be a really quality female for these breeders. For me today, I think, given all of what we have, I think that pair of yearling ewes is really good and really tough to get around. We're going to stick with those for your champion and your reserve. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Your champion, Columbia U goes to Courtney Copeland. The champion Columbia U banner is presented by Menor Homestead, Mike and Judy Menor. Your reserve champion, Columbia U, goes to Eli Cobb out of the yearling class, and that banner is represented to you by the Ohio Columbia Association, Pam Bussinger.
You got some differences in these pair of bucks out here, a little bit different in the way they're built and their kind and the amount of muscle and shape that they have here. For me today, I'm going to go ahead and use the coarser made buck here that's a little more shape and a little more muscle. I think he's a little stouter at the ground, and there's a ton of shape up in this old buck. I'd like to clean him up through his front end and make him tie a little nicer there in the shoulders when we get him out and get him on the move, but that's a nice kind of buck to win a class. And then we got our stylish buck here. We like the elevation and the extension up in the front end of this guy here that we end up with in second. Super level down that top, but this is a sheep that just not enough overall width for me when we get right up over that tail head, and I'd like to see this guy travel a little bit better off of those rear legs, but really nice pair of bucks. Let's give these two exhibitors a round of applause as well. Thank you.
Your results in the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring. For the yearling Hampshire Ram class, first place went to Caden Lake of Lake 24-299. Second place, Kellen Alger with Car 24-17. Third place goes to Hannah Winter with Sheep Thrills 0081. And fourth place went to Emma Winter with Sheep Thrills 0091. Your results from the Hampshire Fall Ram class. First place goes to Noah McAllister with the Alpha Omega 2437. And second place went to Maverick Wolford with Flanders VIP 4308. Now in the Hampshire ring, it is the winner Ram Lamb. Last call, Hampshire Spring Ram Lamb. In the East ring, we need all Columbia flock exhibitors in the ring.
Next class would be best fleece, and after that we got best head.
It's a shame there's not a little more competition in this class. This is a really nice, well-built type of buck lamb here. A ram that's level down his top. He gets really square and wide out over that hip. A ram that balances up really well from the side. I like the extra extension that he has up through his front end. I think it'll be interesting when we get him back out here against the bucks that we've already seen and see how he competes with them. But that's a nice type of buck lamb that could have handled quite a bit more competition. Thank you.
Results for your Hampshire winner Ram Lamb. First place goes to Colt McCoy with McCoy 1656. Your first place flock for the Columbias went to Courtney Copeland. Currently showing for the Columbias is for best fleece. Next class will be for the best headed. Amelia Ream, Hampshire, your class is in the ring. Amelia Ream, Hampshire, Spring Ram, your class is in the ring. In the Nationwide and Farm Bureau ring, currently in the ring is the Hampshire Spring Ram Lambs. Following this class, the Hampshires will be showing for Champion Ram. First call, Hampshire Yearling Ewes.
Well, four females out here that I think represent the Columbia breed, fleece-wise, really, really well. For me, there's two that kind of do it the best. The two young ladies in the middle, I'll talk about them very briefly. I really enjoy how soft and fine the fleece is on your Columbia ewe. That's a really exceptional fleece. I think she gets a little greasier at times than maybe what we'd like to see for a Columbia, but you're not going to get the fineness and softness without some of that. So, I'm willing to be okay with that. And then the fall ewe lamb that we had out here is one that is nice, dry handle. You can tell that's going to be a really high-yielding fleece for the Columbia breeder. I think both of these fleeces are really, really exceptional, depending on which way you want to go. I do like the added fineness that comes with this young lady's ewe lamb. Will make that one best fleece.
I think this second place buck would probably much rather be observed in the pasture or maybe in the pen. Definitely doesn't want to be out here today, so we're not going to take a whole lot more time and put him through that. Our first place buck is a nice sheep. This ram handles really good down that top. He's level and square out through that hip. Ram with some extension up through that front end and has some stoutness on those feet and legs. Nice type of buck to start our class off with. Our second place buck is much greener and later maturing than our first place buck out here. When you get your hands right on him, he does have some shape and does have some muscle. Just difficult to evaluate him in his present state out here and his cooperation that he's probably given this young lady. But a nice pair of bucks. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as well. Thank you.
Your Columbia Best Fleece goes to Ann Monroe. Now showing in the East Ring, Columbia Best Headed. Results from the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring, the Hampshire Spring Ram Lamb class. First place goes to Emma Winter with Buckham Farms B5050. In second place, Amelia Ream with High Top 511. Currently in the ring is Hampshire Fitted Ram Lamb. In the East Ring, the Columbia breed is ready to present the Premier Exhibitor Award. Your 2025 Columbia Premier Exhibitor goes to Courtney Copeland, and the award is sponsored by Diller Sheep Farm.
We get into these fitted Hampshires and we get into some sheep that are a little different in their kind. I think both these rams are presented extremely well. They've put quite a bit of time in getting these sheep fitted and getting them looking as they do out here. I like the extra stoutness in this first place buck lamb here. I think he's a little stouter at the ground, a sheep that what you see as far as fleece length is pretty much the same down that top, a lamb that's level down that top. He's a little square. I guess where he excels in this class for me today is just his overall balance from flank to flank. I like him up through his front end a little better than we get into our second place buck. We sure have to appreciate him for his growth, but a sheep that just doesn't want to kind of balance up quite as well from flank to flank. He gets a little deeper down through that chest floor. Like to maybe change the way this guy travels off those rear legs when we get him out on the move. But nice pair of fitted Hampshire rams. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as well.
In the East Ring, out of the Columbia show, the best headed went to Clay Cobb. At this time in the East Ring, we'll be now starting the Corriedale show. At the ring should be Corriedale Yearling Ram. Second call, Fall Ram Lamb. Corriedale Fall Ram Lambs. Results from the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring for the Hampshire Fitted Ram Lambs. First place goes to Foster King with Foster King 2503, and second place goes to Foster King with Double Bar D.
You won that first class. Or the last class. You won the last.
Currently showing in the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring is for champion Hampshire Ram. Currently in the ring is Caden Lake and Kellen Alger with yearling rams. With fall rams, Noah McAllister and McCaverick Wolford. With a winter ram lamb, you have Colt McCoy. Spring ram lambs,
Emmy Wenner.
with Emmy Winner and Amelia Ream. And the fitted ram lambs is Foster King.
Single entry out here in the Corriedale buck class, but one that certainly brings a lot of quality. This guy is he's just massive. He's really big tops, really stout featured. You get your hands on him, you love what's underneath that fleece, and when you open it up, you find the nice, bold, distinct Corriedale crimp that you love. Follow that up with a nice dark nose and a Corriedale breed face. I think that one's awfully good. Congratulations, guys.
in our Champion Hampshire drive. We didn't have a lot of big numbers, but I think we do have some quality in these class winners and these second place individuals that we do have out here. I think there's a pair of bucks out here that suit me pretty well as far as when we get into our Champion Reserve. I think there are a pair of rams that are sound when we get them out and get them on the moves. There are a pair of bucks that have some shape, some muscle, and then some pattern design that represents the breed pretty well. I'll go out and congratulate your Champion Reserve Champion Hampshire Ram. Thank you.
Your Champion Hampshire Ram goes to Caden Lake with the yearling ram. That banner is represented to you by Copeland Family Sheep Farm. The champion banner is presented by Wagner HD Breeding Sheep. Ben Wagner, your reserve champion Hampshire Ram, goes to Colt McCoy out of the winter class. And that banner is presented to you by Corner Livestock Company. Adam Wagner and Kensley Tackett. Results out of the East Ring in your Cordell show. Yearling Ram goes to Caleb Sachs with Brant 1302. Currently in the East Ring, you have Fall Ram Lambs. Third call, winner Ram Lambs for the Cordell show. At this time in the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring, last call for the Hampshire Yearling Ewes. Hampshire Yearling Ewes, make your way to the ring at this time. Third call, Fall Ewe Lambs.
certainly a lot of quality to be found in both of these individuals up here at the top. I'm going to start off with the buck lamb that just comes more bold about his crimp. Man, he really has that Cordell breed character to his lock when you get it opened up. And man, the other area that this guy strives, he just has a ton of length of body. His hind saddle is so long. When you get your hands on him, it may appear that, certainly he might not have quite as much barrel in his rib cage as the one that comes in second, but one that I think just from a fleece standpoint and, is a structural correctness standpoint, one that motors around really well. I think one that's going to keep on growing and be a really, really, really good mature buck. We get here to 1 in second, and it's, man, he is a really stout feature. You get your hands on his rib. He's big and barrel rib, bold. For me, when I open up the fleece, I don't quite find that boldness of crimp that we see that we'd like to see with the Cordell breed. I'd like to change the way he moves just a little bit off his rear wheels. I think if we could let him stride out just a little bit more, I think he'd push this class winner. 2 really good ones. Young man comes to us with a very youthful appearing buck in third. One that you do like from a fleece standpoint. For me, I think he just kind of runs out of gas in the tank as far as maturity, maybe overall mass and balance as far as his underlying goes. If we could change just those couple things up about him, I think that he'd get up. But nonetheless, certainly a lot of quality to be found in all 3. Congratulations, exhibitors, on a really nice class.
Results for your Cordell Fall Ram Lamb class. First place goes to Riley Smith, R&R Farms, 1077. Second place goes to Andrew Fehan, and that is Peters, 2420. Third place goes to Jacob Kin on Kin, 1333. Now entering the East Ring for the Cordells are the winner Ram Lambs.
Nice class of Hampshire ewes out here. I think a class that fit together pretty nicely for me out here today. The ewe that we start with is not only our biggest backed ewe that we have here in the class, but she's also our nicest balance. I like her height to length ratio out here. A ewe that travels out extremely well, really square and level out over that hip. Just a kind of a fault-free female out here that gets out and gets on the move and looks awful nice. We get into these second and third. I think that's where you're looking at our placings a little closer. I love it when I get behind this second place female. She is really wide. This ewe is really wide and square out over that hip. She's great big up in that rack. She's a big, bold rib type of ewe. A ewe that handles really good down that top. And a ewe that once we have all that power and that muscle, I think she balances up every bit as good as our second or third place ewe that we have here in the class. Taller at the higher point of the shoulder here is our ewe that we had in third. I think she's really good and level down that top as well. But a ewe that just gets a little deeper for me, maybe doesn't balance up quite as well. She doesn't have quite as much width down low as the 2 that we started with, but that's getting critical of a really nice ewe there in third as well. More of a trendier type of Hampshire ewe, more on the weather end of things, is the ewe that we had here in fourth. Balances up real well from the side, a ewe that's level down her top. She just doesn't have quite as much overall to her as the 3 that we had on the top of the class as far as their boldness and stoutness of those bigger framed ewes. And then we round out with a really, really heavy muscle type of ewe, a ewe that has that shape as we evaluate her, a ewe that's just not quite as stout at the ground as the ones that we had above her, a ewe that we'd like to maybe go ahead and give her a little neater look up through her front end, but that's a nice type of sheep as well. Good class of Hampshire ewes all through. Thank you.
Results for your Hampshire yearling ewes. First place goes to Noah McAllister, Westlake, 2465. Second place goes to Kellen Alger with on car 2420. Third place goes to Isabella Paragowitz on Westlake 2494. Fourth place goes to Colt McCoy with 920 2024. In fifth place goes to Hannah Winter on Sheep Thrills 0078. In sixth place goes to Hannah Winter, Buckham Farms B 4261. In seventh place goes to Emma Winter, and that is Sheep Thrills 0090. And in eighth place goes to Eva Lammers on Buckingham Farms B 4227.
So, you're not fitted yearling ewes.
Currently in the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring, you are in Hampshire fitted ewes. Last call, Hampshire fall ewe lambs.
Well, folks, a lot of quality to be found in different places on the two of these buck lambs. You know, standing back on the side of the ring, you know, you certainly notice that, you know, our second place buck might come a little bit better balanced with a little bit more muscle to him. But this class winner, I think, is a little bit more youthful. And when you open up the fleece on this one, all you got to do is say, wow. I mean, that is just a Cordale fleece through and through if you want to see one. Extremely uniform from front to rear. A great, bold, distinct crimp. Just absolutely love the fleece on that one. I think he balances up well enough. Sure, we'd like to add some more structure into him, but it's clear that the pedigree on this one has been selected to make the fleece the way that one is. And, you know, you kind of have the trade-offs of these things. One here in second, man, if you're just looking for structure and build to add in as a ram to breed, here he is. This sheep is really stout featured. He balances, is really structurally correct. Love that about him. I get my hands on his fleece. He's just a little bit more open to his fleece, not quite as dense. And we start to lose that Cordale breed character as far as crimp design goes. But I mean, depending on which way your flock needs to go and what you need to add, I think you got two really good pieces out here that you could add in either way. Congratulations, guys, on a nice set of buck lambs.
Nice pair of ewes that they've done a great job of getting them presented out here today. Tremendous amount of work goes into getting these sheep fitted. When we start to analyze these two ewes, I like the extra length of body and levelness of top that we have in our first place ewe. I think she's a ewe that just has that extra length. We get to handle her and she's straight and true down that top. A ewe that's fairly level out through that hip. We'd like to maybe just balance her up just a little bit better, but that's a pretty nice long-bodied type of ewe. The ewe that we have in second does have a little bit more width, but I don't think she stands on quite as much stoutness as in a sheep that gets just a little deeper up through that front end. We get her out traveling. She's not quite as nice to look at on the move, but a really nice set of ewes. Let's give both these exhibitors a round of applause as well. Thank you.
Results for your Cordale winter Ram Lamb class. First place goes to Carter Hybert Schons. First place goes to Carter Hyberthausen with Hybe 962. Second place goes to Camden Hyberthausen with BA 0099. Results for your Hampshire fitted yearlings. First place goes to Foster King on Double Bar D 2425. Second place goes to Foster King with Double Bar D 2419.
Cordales are in the ring right now.
Currently in the East ring. They're showing for champion Cordale Ram. With the yearling ram is Caleb Sachs. Fall ram lambs, Riley Smith and Andrew Fehan. Winter ram lambs are Carter Hyberthausen, and second place is Camden Hyberthausen.
This is Fehan.
Nice pair of ewe lambs in here to represent the fall division of our Hampshire ewes. I like the extra power in this first place ewe. I think extra rib. You can see her from the side. She's got that extra shape down low and down through the center of that leg. Really level type of hipped ewe out here. That's a nice type of female to start our class off with. The real shame in this class is that there's not a whole bunch more, because this is a really good ewe lamb here in second as well. A ewe lamb that balances up extremely well. She's really cool up through that front end. A ewe that's square and level out over that hip. There's just not as much of her as that ewe that we started our class with, but really nice pair of Hampshire ewe lambs out here. Thank you.
Folks, we got a really tremendous set of Cordell Rams out here. I think that there's two really high quality. Well, we got three high quality ones up here in the front, but two really come to mind for me when we're discussing champion and reserve. The fall buck and the yearling ram are both ones that I think do a lot correct for the breed. Both that I think are appropriate in terms of their fleece and their crimped structure and their balance to their skeleton. I think that these both will do a lot of good for these guys when they go home into their breeding, to their flocks, and get them out on some ewes this fall. For me, I think that the added mass and the added power, of that yearling buck is enough to keep him for champion. That dude's just a workhorse and an absolute unit of a Cordell Ram. I think a really nice one to win. Then we'll come back here for the fall for reserve.
Your champion Cordell Ram goes to Caleb Sachs with the yearling. The champion Ram banner donated by R&R Farms, presented by Avery Schaffner. Your reserve champion Cordell Ram goes to Riley Smith with the fall class. That banner is also presented to you by Avery Schaffner from R&R Farms. Results from the Hampshire Fall Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Brett Martin with a Schroyer OH 8163. And second place goes to Abby Wagner with a Wagner HD 0186. Currently in the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring is the Hampshire Winter Ewe Lamb class. Last call, Hampshire Spring Ewe Lambs. Currently in the ring on the east side are Cordell yearling ewes. Last call, Cordell Fall Ewe Lambs.
good class of winter ewe lambs here, 1 through 5. The ewe lamb that we have winter in our class here today is a little overwhelming as far as her shape and the amount of muscle that this girl has. When she gets out and moves, she doesn't get way up and out of that front end as far as traveling, but it's definitely acceptable. And then they get her set in, and the show's kind of over for me. This is a really powerful type of ewe lamb that balances up really well from flank to flank. She's got that extra stoutness on those feet and legs. This sheep's got enough shape and enough muscle there that we get a little muscle sitting up on this hip, this little bit of jump muscle up in here. This is a really nice, high-powered type of ewe lamb here. Our ewe lamb, I think, most closely follows her in type and kind, is a really type of fault-free ewe here that we have in second. She balances up pretty well. Does she have as much overall shape and muscling as our class winner? No. Is she quite as stout on the ground? No. But that's a nice, complete type of female to be sitting in the second hole there for me today. A ewe lamb that I really like the way she's made, and I like to view her from the side as a ewe lamb that we ended up with here in third. A really good balance ewe. She's really elevated up through that front end. Problem is when I get right behind her, there's just not as much width as we had in the first two in that class there today. That's a nice sheep there in third as well. Then we get into a ewe lamb here. The handle's really good down her top. They've got this ewe lamb presented extremely well. She's got some width down that top. Where I struggle with this when we get her out on the move. She wants to get a little straight off of those rear legs here for me today when I got some fault-free females up on the top. But that's a nice type of sheep there in fourth as well. And then we get into a productive type of ewe here in fifth. This is a ewe that can go on and raise some really nice fair lambs for these exhibitors in the future. If she is quite as neat in her overall package as far as look and style and design, not necessarily does she have the explosive shape and muscle, not necessarily, but this is a ewe that is productive. She has got some pieces in her that I think they can go on and use and raise some nice sheep in the future. So let's give these 5 exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring as well. Thank you.
The results from your Hampshire Winter Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Alexis White with a Schroer, 85.98. Second place goes to Isabella Perogowitz with a Westlake, 25.15. Third place goes to Noah McAllister on Westlake, 25.43. Fourth place goes to Noah McAllister on Westlake, 25.05. And fifth place goes to Hannah Wenner on Sheep Thrills, 00.94. Now entering the ring are Hampshire Spring Ewe Lambs. Attention in the barns, Michaela Howdenshield, your class is in the ring. Michaela Howdenshield, your class is in the ring.
Really excellent set of Cordale yearling ewes out here. I think the one that wins the class does so really handily for me. She's the most structurally sound female out here that moves around. She's got a ton of body, plenty of rib. When you get your hands on her and you open up that fleece, it's just beautiful from front to rear, extremely consistent. I think you can throw any EST term at that ewe that you want to, and she's going to be the one today for the class. Get back here to 1 and 2. That it's a 2 and 3. I think the discussion gets a little bit closer. I'm going to go with one that I think uses her back legs just a little bit more comfortably when she gets out and moves. That's one that balances up really nicely from an underline standpoint. She's definitely got plenty of rib to her. You open up the fleece on this one, is just bright white, gorgeous Cordale fleece. Really, really exceptional fleece on that ewe. Nice one to come in second. Get down here to third. One that, again, comes with the same type of really pretty Cordale fleece. Extremely bright white when you open it up. For me, the problem area becomes the back wheels on this one. She wants to dump that tail head down a little bit and get a little bit too straight for me on her back legs when she gets out and moves. I think if we could change up that rear wheel design just a little bit, she'd keep up with the ones ahead of her. But a ton of quality to be found, and will definitely be a very productive ewe for these guys. We get back here to 1 and 4. That's definitely coming with some more condition than the ones ahead of her. I don't think she's excessive in terms of her condition, but she's just not quite as fresh as the ones we see in front of her. And the ones ahead of her, too, are just a little bit more uniform in terms of their fleece. I think this one has a lot of good things to offer, but when you're in a class of really elite fleeced ewes, you gotta be uniform from front to rear, and those are the things that separate out for me today. We get back here to 1 and 5 that I really appreciate the fleece on compared to the ones that stand below it. Yeah, there's some structural things we'd like to change up about this one, but as far as one that's going to produce a big, heavy, high-yielding fleece for the Cordale breed and has good Cordale breed character, I think it's a logical slide into 5. Congratulations, exhibitors, on a really nice set of yearling ewes.
Results from your Cordale Yearling U class. First place goes to Andrew Fehan. Second place goes to Caleb Sachs. Third place goes to Caleb Sachs with Manor View 2404. Fourth place goes to Courtney Copeland with WC 542. Fifth place goes to Kinsley Schmidt on Kemmler 728. Sixth place is Riley Smith with Arnar Farms. Seventh place is Trevor Smith on Arnar Farms 5493. And eighth place, Aubrey Schmidt on CEW 24-09. Next in the ring for the Cordale Show will be the Fall Ewe Lambs. Last call, winner Ewe Lambs.
We have a lot of nice ewe lambs out here, but this is probably one of the more difficult classes I've had at sort out here today. I don't know that we have one that's just overwhelming, just takes command of this class, but I think the ewe lamb we start with, it does that in the best manner here. This sheep has a tremendous amount of touch out here today in handle. She's extremely expressive in the shape of muscling up over that rack. You can kind of see it from the side. A lot of width and depth when we view her back through the center of that leg. A ewe lamb that travels out a little bit better than our second place female here, but that's a nice type of ewe to start our class off with. Love the rib, the volume in this second place ewe. She is a big rib type of ewe. ton of volume in this ewe. She's a little bigger framed in this particular class. You get right behind her, you like the added width that she has the whole way through. But a ewe that we get her out and traveling, and she just gets a little too low in that front end and a little plain for me out there when we get her out on the move. You get her set here. She's the one I want to start with, but when I get them out and get them on the move, I just can't run her at the top today. A nice type of ewe that we have here in third out here today. This is a pretty good handling ewe as well. She's a ewe that just gets a little I guess a little plainer through her front end in comparison to the one we started with out here today. A ewe that doesn't balance up when we put her in motion. I think a ewe that gets a little higher right there back on the hip when we get her out and moving, but that's a nice type of female there as well. Like the style and design of the ewe that we got in here in fourth, a ewe that's made, oh, here we go, we'll do it right. A ewe that's made really well, but a ewe that just doesn't have the width and dimension of the ones that we had on the top of the class to get up in there today, but that's a nice type of sheep there as well. And then a really complete type of female is the one that we have here in fifth. I think she rose to the top of this class and just coming right on up. A ewe that has some shape, has some muscling, just maybe not quite as extended up through that front end. I'd like to change the way that neck sets into the shoulder a little bit, but that's a really nice type of sheep as well. Good set of Hampshire ewe lambs on down through. Thank you.
Results for your Hampshire Spring Ewe Lambs. First place goes to Caden Lake on a shell house, 25078. Second place goes to Alyssa White on Schroyer, 8599. Third place, Chase Thompson, Schroyer Showstock, 3414. Fourth place, Chase Thompson, Schroyer Showstock, 8624. Fifth place goes to Kellen Alger on K&K, 25093. Sixth place goes to Colt McCoy on Fleener, 2548. Seventh place goes to Eva Lammers on Westlake, 2572. Eighth place, Michaela Haudenshield on Haudenshield 2000. Ninth place, Michaela Haudenshield on Schiff, 5028. And in 10th place, Amelia Ream on Big Springs, 2519. Attention in the barn. In the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring, following the Hampshire show, there will be a 10-minute break. There will be a 10-minute break following the Hampshire show.
Well, there was certainly three very different sheep out here in this fall class. The one that I'm going to start with, the bones are good here is all I can say. Structurally, this one is the most sound. She's got plenty of width, and she just sets up and moves around the ring really well. The problem I have with this sheep is the condition of the fleece on her. We got a little too much dirt penetration going on. I don't quite feel, it doesn't feel quite like a natural, like oily fleece. Some dirt and mud in places. I think if we can change the condition of this fleece and put it on the bone work that we have a really elite female. Just got to change the fleece up on this one. We got back here to one in second that pushes the one in first because she comes with a really good Corriedale fleece, very soft to the touch. Structurally, to keep up with our class winner, we just got to blow this one apart in terms of its the width that comes with it. We need to add a little bit more to the hooks and to the pins and widen it out there. But one, if you really want an attractive Corriedale fleece, very good individual here. Ewe lamb we get here in third gets a little bit tight spined. I think that's a product of fighting out here today. One that is a little inconsistent in terms of her staple. I don't like quite how short that she's presented on her side. It makes me question if the fleece maybe has some belly wool issues there. But one that I think certainly you can appreciate from the length of body and youthfulness about her. But we just got to change that fleece up and maybe get her, when she relaxes, to lay that top down in and make her look a little bit more structurally sound. Overall, three nice Corriedale ewes. Let's give those guys a round of applause. Good job, guys.
Results for your Corriedale Fall Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Riley McKee on Craig, 2437. Second place goes to Riley Smith, R&R Farms, 5530. And third place goes to Jacob Kin with Kin, 1332.
Nice set of Hampshire fitted ewes here. The ewe that we start with, I think, is our most complete individual in the class. This is a ewe that has that extension up through her front end. She's a ewe that handles pretty level and true down that top. I like the extra rib and dimension in this ewe. I think you get right on her, and she's a big rib type of ewe that has some thickness and some width down that top in a nice stout package. I think the ewe that we have here in second most closely follows her. She shortens up a tick from the side, but you get your hands right on her. This is a sheep that has some muscling down that top. She has some levelness and squareness out over that hip. I'd like to change her off those back legs just a touch, but that's a nice type of sheep to be fitting into the second. The two growthier ewes are in more extended ewes are the ewes that we have here in third and fourth. The ewe that we have here in third has some rib, has some stoutness as far as the bone size on the ground there, but a ewe that I'd like to change her in her overall balance. Then we run into our fourth place ewe as a ewe that's just not quite as stout as maybe some of the other sheep that we had in the class, but they've done a nice job getting her presented, and she's a straight and true down that top. So nice set of Hampshire ewes. Let's give these four exhibitors a round of applause.
Results from your Hampshire fitted ewe lamb class. First place goes to Foster King with Double Bar D 2527. Second place goes to Foster King Knob Hill 2504. Third place Foster King Double Bar D 2521. And fourth place Alden Epley with Little 2501.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Now entering the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring is the champion ewe Drive. In the yearling ewe class, you have Noah McAllister and Kellen Algier. In the fitted yearling ewe class, you have Foster King. Coming with the fall ewe lamb is Brett Martin and Abby Wagner. In the class with the winter ewe lambs is Alexis White and Isabella Paragowitz. Spring ewe lambs, you have Caden Lake and Alyssa White. And with fitted ewe lambs is Foster King. Currently in the East ring, you have the Coradale Winter ewe lamb class in the ring. Lascar Coradale Spring ewe lamb class.
Let's put your hands together for these Hampshire exhibitors out here. I think they brought us a nice set of Hampshire females out here today. I think you got some ewes out here that can go on and move this breed forward, irregardless of what end you're on. I think this fitted you down here as far as a sheep that's being balanced and has some look and some levelness at top. She maybe not going to be the biggest ewe in the world, but that's a nice type of sheep, and she's definitely plenty big enough. For me out here, I want a female that's complete. I want a ewe that has some look when we view her from the side and doesn't disappoint you when you get right behind her. And I think we have some sheep out here that definitely fit that mold for me. I think there's one out here that suits me extremely well, and is for me today is going to be your champion ewe. And then I think after that, I think there's a pair of them in here or three of them in here that gets a little bit closer. But without saying a whole lot more, I'm going to go out and congratulate your champion, reserve champion Hampshire ewes. Let's give these guys one more big round of applause. Thank you.
Down here on the Cordale side of things, we got a competitive class of ewe lambs here. I'm going to start with the one that I think is just the most complete for me today. Is she probably going to be one of the more moderate sized ewes? Probably so, but I think she comes with a lot of mass, a lot of shape to her rib. When you get your hands on this fleece, you open it up and it's very uniform, and you get a nice crimp from front to rear. Good Cordale breed character up on the face and the nose. Could I change the condition of her britch wool? Sure. I think that she's probably broke a little bit loose. Part of showing sheep in Columbus is, some are going to break loose. I think there's a lot of quality pieces to be found there. A little bit more, a ewe that reads a little bit more growthy to me comes here in second. I think that this one's probably going to grow into a larger frame yearling ewe. You appreciate this one from a length of body perspective. When I get my hands on this fleece, it's nice and bright white, but I don't quite see the crimp coming in just yet like we see on our class winner. She gets a little bit shorter stapled in areas. Again, not really a big problem, but when you don't have them in the class winner does, you find yourself in second place. Get down here to 1 and 3rd that I really appreciate from a structure standpoint. When she gets out and moves, she moves around pretty well. Maybe breaks just a nickel right behind her shoulder. One that if I could just change up the condition on her fleece, she's a little bit harsh in her condition today. Soften that fleece up just a little bit, maybe a little less dirt penetration. Comes with a little more added density to the fleece. I think that she can move up and compete, but certainly one that offers a lot of quality from a skeletal aspect for the class. Get down here to a pair of ewes that you could probably switch or go either way. I'm going to go with the one that I think comes with a little bit more genuine Cordale breed character to the fleece. I think it's just a little bit more uniform from front to rear. The boys down here on the end definitely brought one out that's a little softer handling. They get this ewe stretched out a little bit. It starts to reveal some of her structural flaws, but all in all, a really nice set of Cordale ewe lambs. Let's give those guys a big round of applause.
Your champion Hampshire ewe goes to Noah McAllister out of the yearling class. The banner was donated by Cornerstone Livestock Company and presented by Adam Wagner and Kensley Tackett. Your reserve champion Hampshire ewe goes to Alexis White out of the winter class. And the banner was presented by Cornerstone Livestock Company, Adam Wagner and Kensley Tackett. Results from your Cordale winter ewe lamb class. First place, Andrew Fehan on Peters, 2501. Second place goes to Camden Hobbertshire on Hybe, 961. Third place, Addie French on Kemmler, 746. Fourth place goes to Jacob Kin on ORF, 2575. Fifth place goes to Trevor Smith on Smith, 2500.
kind of a tough group of the groups to sort out here, and you can look at this a couple different ways, whether you're looking at the one individual that you might like the best, and if that's the case, she's in our second group. That's our champion U. She'd be my favorite individual. Or are you looking at how these match up and pair up as a set? I think I like the width and dimension of this first set. I don't think we necessarily had any class winners in there, but this is a pretty darn good complete set of sheep out here. We got our second place yearling buck. We got a yearling or a ewe that was a pair of ewes that were up in their classes as well. Just a nice complete set of sheep that I think win this group thing for me today. We get into our second group here, and like I said, we got our yearling ewe in there that carries the weight, but there's a couple on either side of her that I might not, as far as being complete sheep, they're not as complete as I'd like to see, but that yearling ewe is awful good standing in the middle there. Then we run into our third pair, and I think these are sheep that ran towards the top all day long as well. We got a reserve champion buck in there that held his own as all. Really nice set, but they're just not, they don't stand out, I guess, as necessarily in one area or the other, but it's just a really good complete set. Our fitted set of sheep, they did a lot of work to get these ready, and I think they did a great job of getting these sheep presented today. A nice group of sheep there as well. And then we run into an extremely productive group down here in fifth that they've done a good job of getting those sheep down here and getting them presented as well. Let's give all these Hampshire breeders a round of applause as they exit the ring. Thank you.
Your results for your Hampshire flock. First place goes to Kellen Alger. Second place goes to Noah McAllister. Third place, Colt McCoy. Fourth place, Foster King. And fifth place, Hannah Wenner. At this time in the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring, we are taking a 10-minute break. Following the 10-minute break, Oxfords will be in the ring. That one's done. Wool breeds.
I'm sad I'm not under 4-HH because a popsicle sounds really nice right now. But we're going to start out with a ewe that I think is just the most complete for the class. One that just a very appropriate fleece for a Cordale ewe. Offers lots of extension, balances up really nicely, comes in with plenty of width. Just a great place for us to start. The one that I think has really good potential to grow into an exceptional yearling ewe is the one here in second. She's definitely further behind on her maturity curve than some of the other ones that we see in the class. But man, to talk about a dense, good character Cordale fleece, it's nice and bold in its trim. There's a lot of things that this sheep does well. You set this sheep into motion, she motors out in that top line, lays in really nicely. I think a really good one to be in second to watch out for when you get to Louisville. We get back here to 1 and third that, man, if you want to talk about just a bright white, beautiful, high-yielding fleece, this is the one that a hand spinner is going to love. This sheep is really exceptional in the fleece. For me, when I set this one into motion, we can see the problem already kind of where she's standing now. That loin likes to come up ever so slightly, the tail head drops down, and the back legs stay under ever so slightly compared to the two ahead of her. I think if we could change up the way she moves off her rear wheels just a little bit, one that I think could definitely push the rest of the class. Get down here to 1 and 4 that, again, a lot of quality to be found here in a big, high-performing ewe. For me, I think she just gets a little bit off when we set her into motion compared to the rest of them. I think that her fleece quality isn't quite as good as the ones ahead of her, which is saying something because, man, I'd still be proud to have a Cordale with a fleece on it like this one here. We get down here to 1 and 5. The fleece on this one is almost identical to the one in third. For me, I think I just need to change her up structurally off her rear wheels, make her balance up a little bit better to get her up any higher in the class. But certainly a lot of quality to be found from top to bottom in this class of Cordale ewes. Let's give these guys a big round of applause.
Your results from your Cordale Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Andrew Feehan, on Peters 2504. Second place goes to Carter Hyberhausen on BAH 0100. Third place goes to Caleb Sachs on Manor View 2520. Fourth place, Courtney Copeland on Double C 0678. Fifth place, Caleb Sachs on Manor View 2515. Sixth place goes to Riley McKee on BWH 4129. Seventh place, Jacob Kin on Kin 1359. And eighth place, Addie French on FC 2682. Currently in the ring is the Cordale champion ewe drive. With the yearling ewes, you have Andrew Feehan and Caleb Sachs. Fall ewe lambs, Riley McKee and Riley Smith. Winter ewe lambs, Andrew Feehan and Camden Hyberhausen. And spring ewe lambs, Andrew Feehan and Carter Hyberhausen.
Well, the water runs deep here in the Cordell U show. There's just a ton of quality to be found out here in these individuals that are lined up. I think that there's one out here that just excels the rest, and then there it gets a little bit tighter. For me, if you haven't heard it already, the thing that I really, really appreciate about the Cordell sheet is the fleece type. Having that super high yielding with that big, bold crimp is just something I love. And when you can do that and pair it up on a really good structured one, you've got something really special that's really hard to make. That being said, I think there's 3 females out here that do that exceptionally well. I'll go shake the hands of the 2 that I like the best.
Your champion, Cordell U, goes to Andrew Fehan out of the yearling division. The banner was sponsored by Arnar Farms and presented by Avery Schaffner. The Ohio Lamb and Wool. Your reserve champion, Cordell U, goes to Caleb Sachs out of the yearling division. And again, the banner sponsored by Arnar Farms and presented by Avery Schaffner.
Thank you. I'm gonna run this in, then I need to start on my.
In the Nationwide Farm Bureau and League Council ring at this time, the Oxford Show has been underway. Currently in the ring is the yearling Ram class.
Nice pair of rams here to start off our Oxford show. I think the buck that we start our class with is a logical choice as far as when we get right behind this guy. Tremendous amount of width in this buck. What I really like him is I like the squareness out through his hip. Granted, he's fitted in comparison to our 6-sheared buck that we have in second, but I think we got a lot more width and squareness out in that hip shape. Does it in a pretty nice sound type of package. For a yearling buck, I think we got some good balance in this guy as well. Like the length of bodiness and the levelness of this second place ram as well. What you see is what you get out here. He's got about a 1/4 inch of fleece the whole way through, but this buck is still relatively straight for his size down that top. A sheep that's relatively sound on those feet and legs. Nice pair of Oxford bucks to start off our show. Thank you.
Results from your Oxford Yearling Ram class. First place, Brooklyn Vondenheuvel with 1434. And second place, Paisley Sproul with RFO 2406. Results for your Cordale flock class. First place goes to Andrew Feehan. Second place, Caleb Sachs. Third place, Jacob Kinn. And fourth place, Riley Smith. Currently in the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring, Oxford Fall Ram Lambs are in the ring. Last call, Oxford, winner Ram Lambs. Currently in the East ring, they are showing for Cordale, Best Fleece.
Well, folks, I think first off, every fleece out here is really outstanding. I think anybody should be proud of the fleece that they put on their sheep that's out here. For me today, I think there's just one individual out here that's just extremely bright white, super long stapled, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Cordale breed character. That's going to be this yearling ewe right here. Congratulations, guys.
Definitely, probably the hardest class I've had to sort so far today. I don't know that there's one out here that checks every single box, but I think there's one out here that represents a meat breed extremely well, and that's going to be our class winner out here. Extra width and dimension in this sheep for an Oxford Ram and the meat breed. A lot more width in this top than anything else in the class. Big old loin in this sheep. He comes out square and level out over that hip. A sheep that doesn't have a ton of lower leg shape, but there's enough muscle there, and he does it in a pretty relatively sound package. Love to change him up through his front end and make him a little neater in through those shoulders and extend it up through that front. But that's not a bad buck that brings a dimension of muscling and shape out here for me today. He'll be your class winner. Buck that we ended up in our second here, our fitted ram out here. We have to take into consideration the wool that he has on there, and trying to compare him to a slick sheared class makes things a little bit more difficult. But this is a buck that's relatively straight down that top. He's high at the point of the shoulders. He is relatively square out through that hip. I just like to change him in a couple spots. You know, I'd like to make him just a tick square out and high, bring his tail set up just a little bit. He could blend a little neater in his shoulders, but that's a relatively sound fitted buck there in second. The buck I needed to move again was our ram that we ended up here in third. I like this guy up through his front end. I think we have extra extension up there. He's high at the shoulders there. He's a buck that balances up pretty well, but we get him out on the move. He gets a little different on those rear legs. Not quite as smooth out of those as I'd like to see. And a buck that if I'm going to use him, I need a little bit more shape. The buck that we ended up here with in fourth is a ram that's extremely long top. There's just not enough width in this guy in order to get him up over the bucks that we had on the top of the class. Very similar in our other fitted ram here. I'd just like to give this guy a little more rib, a little more natural thickness, and then we could move him on up as well. Nice class of Oxford Rams to start off our show here. Thank you.
Results for your Oxford Winter Ram Lamb class. First place goes to Abigail Cottrell on Triple J Farms. Second place goes to Isabella Foley with Cedar Lane Farm 25-38. Third place goes to Dwight Hartshoe with Hartshoe Livestock 25051. Fourth place goes to Abigail Cottrell with Triple J Farms 1006. And fifth place goes to Brooklyn Vondenheuvel with Misty Meadows 1471. Currently in the ring, Oxford Spring Ram Lambs. Attention in the barns. The Southdown breed meeting begins at 1 p.m. in the wool room. The Southdown breed meeting begins at 1 p.m. in the wool room.
We got a ram in this class that I think on conformation standpoint excels in here. You can see him from the side whether he's got wool on or not. We got a sheep with a ton of shape, a muscling down that top. He's really level and square out of that hip. A tremendous amount of muscle down into the center of that leg. A sheep that balances up. Love the rib shape in this guy. That's a nice type of easy first place buck there. We get into these next pair. I'm going to give up a little rib shape in order to get the levelness and the balance is what I'm looking at between these two bucks. I think I'd like to put a little more rib into this second place ram, but I like how straight and long and level he is down his top. Sheep that balances up flank to flank. I think we get him out and get him on the move. He holds together a little better than our third place ram. We got in our third place ram, we got a little more rib shape, a little more stoutness of bone, but a sheep that just doesn't tie together when we get him out and get him traveling, as well as our buck that we ended up there with in second. And then we fall into a buck here in fourth, a production type of sheep, a ram that has some muscle. He's relatively straight down his top, just doesn't bring the extras to as far as the show ring as the other three above him. But nice class of Oxford bucks. Thank you.
Result for the Oxford Spring Ram Lamb. First place goes to Allison Kendall with Wallop 0170. Second place goes to Austin Inbody with ALAM 513. Third place goes to Lydia Henry on Johnson 2510. In fourth place is Molly Watson with KGA 2513.
Just a single entry out here for the yearling buck class, but one that certainly brings a lot of quality for the Rambouillet breed. This guy is really stout featured. He's just brings a lot of horsepower in terms of muscle and shape down his top. When you get your hands on this fleece, commend these guys. This is a really dense fleece, something they should be proud of. You open it up and it's nice, bright white. Overall, really good representation of the Rambouillet breed. Congratulations, guys.
Your Rambouillet yearling ram went to Ross Dockery with Valley View 0981. Next in the ring is the Rambouillet Fall Ram Lamb. Last call, Rambouillet Winter Ram Lamb class. In the Oxford Ram Champion Drive at the yearling Rams, we have Brooklyn Vondenheuvel and Paisley Sproul. With the Winter Ram Lambs is Abigail Cottrell and Isabella Foley. With Spring Ram Lambs is Allison Kendall and Austin Inbody.
Without a doubt, you got a breed here that's going in a couple different directions as well. I think it gets close out here between a couple of them. There's one out here that suits me really well. Whether you're going to go with your slick sheared sheep over here, I think you got a really good balanced type of ram. He's really level out through that hip. A sheep that when you get him out and get him traveling, he sure doesn't disappoint you. The sheep holds together and comes up out of that front end really nicely. And then you got a yearling buck over here as well. If you're going to do the fitted thing, they get a lot of these sheep so big. And you get this much frame and size in them that, they're going to lose some substance, they're going to lose some width, they're going to lose some rib. This guy doesn't. I mean, he's a big old rib type of sheep. I was really surprised with the leanness on this ram when you get your hands right on him. They don't have him overly fat. A sheep that when you get the ram this type of size and scale, a lot of times we don't keep that hip and that dock set up quite as nicely as it is, but I think that holds together extremely well there. He stands on a good stout bone. I'd like to change him through his front and maybe clean him up through that front end just a little bit, but that's getting critical of a really big sheep. So like I said, I think we got a couple different directions you could go with these out here. There's one that suits me really well. Let's give these 6 exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll go out and get your champion Oxford Ram. Thank you.
It's 1 o'clock, so anyone under 4 age that wants to join us in the wool room at the kids zone will have book reading and popsicles. Head on over to the kids zone.
Two certain differences in terms of types and kind here in the Rambouillet class. I opted to use the polled buck to win. I think that he comes with a little bit more length of body, definitely comes with a little bit longer staple today. He comes with a little bit of added fineness. Now, if I could change him, we'd like to take away some of that extra skin on the neck, tighten up his hide a little bit. Wouldn't argue with you about that. But I think one that just offers a lot of good from a fineness of grade standpoint and just from a structural perspective. Hornbuck here in second. I really commend this one for being progressive in terms of having a nice tight hide on him. Not something you always find in the Rambouillet breed. Ultimately for me, he gets a little steeper out of his hip, doesn't quite lay in his top line just as comfortably as the one ahead of him, but one that's certainly a powerful buck that comes with a higher yielding fleece than what we find in the one ahead of it. 2 high quality rams. You use either one of them based off the direction you want to take your flock. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Your champion Oxford Ram went to Allison Kendall out of the spring class. The banner is sponsored by Ohio Oxford Association, presented by Kim Mumaw. The reserve champion Oxford Ram went to Brooklyn Vondenheuvel with the yearling ram. The banner was sponsored by Mill Ridge Farm and presented by the Henry Kids. In the Rambouillet Show, the Fall Ram class results. First place, Harper Copeland with DKF 1292. Second place went to Ross Dockery with Valley View 1134.
Just a single entry Rambouillet ram out here, but one that certainly brings a lot of quality from a balance and structural standpoint. Really like to look at this one from the stand back. He ties in really nicely with his head and neck coming right out of the top of his shoulder. Underline carries all the way back. I think a lot of quality to be found there. If I could change him up a little bit, I'd like to make that fleece just a micron or 2 smaller. I think he's getting just a touch coarse for what I'd like to see a Rambouillet fleece. But overall, from a structural perspective, I think this is an awfully good one. Congratulations, guys.
At this time in the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring, in the ring currently is the Oxford Yearling Fitted Ewes. Results for the Rambouillet winner Ram Lamb, Allison Inbody. First place, Allison Inbody.
Four nice fitted yearling ewes out here. I think we have a ewe that wins the class, does so fairly handedly for me here today. An extremely stout made, big rib type of ewe, a ewe that balances up extremely well when we view her from flank to flank. I like getting back on the hip of this ewe. I think she gives us a different look on their hip design in comparison to what else we have in the class. A little extra width the whole way through on that one. Super tall fronted ewe here in second. We sure have to appreciate her for that. But when we get her out on the side, she wants to shorten up a little bit for us flank to flank. I go to handle her right there in that loin, and she gets a little shorter in her whole hind saddle, but we certainly have to appreciate for the extra extension that she has up through her front. A really level topped ewe is a ewe that we have here in third. She's straight and true down that top, but a ewe that just doesn't want to balance up when I view her from the side, a ewe that gets a little deeper down through that chest, a little more cut in that flank. Then we round our class off with a nice productive type of ewe, a ewe that just doesn't have the size, the scale, and the width of the ones that we had on the top, but that's a nice type of productive type of ewe for these young exhibitors as well. Let's give them a round of applause as they exit the ring. Thank you.
You know, we got two bucks out here that I think are pretty representative of the two directions of the Rambouillet breed. You know, do we lean on tradition and fineness of fiber, or are we looking more towards production-minded with, you know, compromising a little bit of that micron and getting some more added stoutness and muscularity to them? For me today, I think there's enough structural correctness to be found in the finer micronic buck to get him up to the top for me today. I really appreciate the added fineness and bright whiteness and softness of the fleece of the one that comes in first. Sure, would we like to add more power in him? Absolutely. But I think that's being pretty critical of one that does a good job of being a good traditional Rambouillet fleece. One in second. Young man, if you're looking to go home and put a ram in that's going to go to work and put out some lambs that are muscular, there you go. This guy's really stout featured. He's going to put some more width in your lambs than what we see in the one ahead of him. Along with that comes just a little bit coarser of a micronic fleece. At the end of the day, lamb is really what's driving the value of production sheep and not so much wool. So absolutely nothing wrong with a type of sheep like this. For me today, I like the added fineness that comes with the class winner, but two very useful rams that are out here in this class today.
Results from your Rambouillet Spring Ram Lamb class, first place goes to Chase Carpenter with DKF 1300. Second place goes to Ross Dockery with Valley View 1305. Your results from the Oxford Fitted Yearling Ewes. First place goes to Brooklyn Vanden Heuvel with W05 2410. Second place goes to Brooklyn Vanden Heuvel with Vanden Heuvel 2410. Third place goes to Isabella Foley with Cedar Lane Farm 2410. And fourth place, Dwight Harchu with Delilah. Currently in the East Ring, showing in the Rambouillet Ram Champion Drive with the Yearling Ram, Ross Dockery. Fall Ram Lambs, Harper Copeland and Ross Dockery. Winter Ram Lamb, Addison Embody. Spring Ram Lamb, Chase Carpenter and Ross Dockery. Currently in the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring, the Oxford Slick Yearling Ewes are in the ring. This is your final call for Oxford Fall Ewe Lambs. Final call, Oxford Fall Ewe Lambs.
Well, folks, there's certainly a lot of quality to be found out here in the Rambouillet Ram Show. I think there's a lineup of bucks out here that could do a lot of good for a lot of people as far as putting them back into a production setting. You know, when I like to think about the Rambouillet breed, I've discussed it a little bit already. We kind of got a little bit of a divergence going between, you know, sheep that still maintain what we would call a Rambouillet quality as far as fineness of grade, and then we've got sheep that are kind of pushing the envelope in terms of the coarser side of things. But I think that it's okay to push the envelope in the coarser side of things if you're bringing enough good attributes of thickness and muscling and skeletal correctness. That being said, I think, you know, each one of these bucks falls a little bit differently on that spectrum for me today. I think that this buck lamb that came out in our winter class, it offers a lot of good from a structural perspective, a lot of thickness that we like in that ram. I think our spring ram really offers a lot in terms of fleece quality and length of body and skeletal size. For me today, I think there's just too much good to be found in the production qualities here in this winter buck lamb. We'll follow them up with the spring for reserve.
really nice set of yearling ewes the whole way through. You can see that there's different things that each of these breeders like, and they're a little bit different in their type and kind. For me, I like the soundness of this first place ewe. I think she's our complete female in the class, a sheep with a big old rib, a sheep that handles with the most width down her top. We appreciate her for her squareness and levelness out through her hip. I wish she was a little taller through her front end, but that's a complete type of ewe lamb that travels out and gets out on the move fairly well. Just a nice type of sheep there. The ewe that we have here in second is the most closely as far as her as far as getting them out on the move. Ewe that's just carrying way more condition than I'd like to see today, but she's a ewe that's level down her top. She's square out of that top. A ewe that sets down on a good substance, a bone there, and a good stout look to her when we view her from the side and get her out on the move. The problem sheep is the big ewe that we have here in third, a ewe that is great big middled. This is a big ribbed, big middled type of ewe. Is she extremely thick? I don't. She's got some muscle, but she's not as thick as the two that we had on the top of the class. A ewe that is struggling when she gets out and moves off those rear legs. She's fighting them a little bit here today. Gets up under herself a little too much for me, but that's a nice type of big ewe. If that's what you're in for, that's definitely the one for you out here today. Then we get into a ewe here in fourth and fifth, and ewes that just don't have quite as much overall shape and muscling as the ones in the width that we had on the top of the class. I like the levelness of the top on this one. I like the extra elevation through the front there. I just would like to balance her up just a little bit more. We got a pretty decent amount of little shape in this one here in fifth, but we just like to give her a little bit more overall look as well. And then I wish I could just put some more width in this yearling ewe that we ended up with here in sixth, but a nice group of yearling ewes. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Results from the East Ring. Your champion, Rambouillet Ram, went to Addison Inbody from the winter division. The banner sponsor was Inbody Brothers Rambouillets, presented by David and Megan Inbody. Your reserve champion, Rambouillet Ram, went to Chase Carpenter from the spring class. Banner was sponsored by Broken Arrow Ranch and presented by Mark Copeland. Currently in the East Ring, Rambouillet yearling user in the ring. Last call, Rambouillet fall ewe lambs. Result from the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring for your Oxford Slick yearling ewes. First place went to Abigail Cottrell with 0906. Second place went to Lydia Henry with Johnson 2468. Third place went to Lydia Henry with Johnson 713. Fourth place went to Brooklyn Vondenheuvel with double A 2434. Fifth place went to Molly Watson with KGA 2405. And in sixth place, Abigail Cottrell with double A 2439.
You get behind this class and stand right behind them. They sort really fast for me out here today. We got our widest base, heaviest structured ewe here up on the top end. A ewe that when they get her set, you really like the way this ewe's viewed from the side. I think she's got a good shape about her rib. She's nice and neat up through that front end. You get your hands on her, she's as straight as she looks right down that top. I'd like to see her maybe get out and move just a little bit different, but she's definitely acceptable there as well. That's a really nice type of ewe there to win our class. A ewe that I think most closely follows her is our ewe lamb that we ended up here with second. A really tall, elevated type of ewe lamb, just not the width and dimension that we had in our class winner. And then in our third place ewe lamb here, we have a ewe that we like the extension, we like the elevation. We just like to make a little more of her as well, just put a little more substance in her. But a really good set of ewe lambs there. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thanks.
Results for your Oxford Fall Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Lydia Henry with Johnson 24084. Second place, Isabella Foley with Cedar Lane Farm 24-40. And in third place, Piper Sprawl with DG 2429. In the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring today, evaluating the meat breeds, is Judge Jeremy Bradford. Jeremy operates a sixth-generation family farm in Wellington, Ohio, with his wife and 2 children, where they raise corn and soybeans. Jeremy raised multiple different kinds of sheep over the past 30 years, which include frame-poll Dorsets, crossbred club lambs, and most recently, Dorset club lambs. Jeremy earned an undergraduate degree in agricultural education from The Ohio State University. Currently, Jeremy is employed as the district transition coordinator for Black River Local Schools. In the East Ring today, evaluating the wool breeds, is Clay Shane. Clay resides in Brookings, South Dakota, and family with wife Rihanna, parents Brian and Andrea, and brother Brody. Clay raised South Downs and grew up with Merinos, Lincolns, and Rambouillets. Clay is currently a farm marketing consultant. Clay obtained a bachelor's degree from the University of Findlay and a master's degree from South Dakota State University, where he currently coaches the wool judging team.
Nice class of ewe lambs here. I think the ewe that we start our class off with does so fairly handedly for me today. A sheep that I like the shape of this one's rib, and the rib shape is so good. She's got that extra width and dimension as we handle her down her top. A ewe that's a little stouter made than our second place ewe, a ewe that gets out and travels and holds together just a tick better. We like the elevation and the femininity of our second place ewe. We just like to stouten her up, like to give her a little more width the whole way through in order to get over our class winner. Nice pair of ewes.
Results from your Oxford Winter Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Brooklyn Bond and Hoovel with Bingen B2578. Second place goes to Isabella Foley with Cedar Lane Farm 25-35.
nice ewe lamb to start our class off with here, as she's definitely a combination sheep. Not only does she have that look and that femininity up through her front, but she does it in a really stout, bold type of package, really wide based when we get right over top and get behind this ewe. She's got that extra substance of bone. I really like the levelness and squareness out her hip. Just a really nice sheep to start our class with. A little smaller version of that is our ewe here that we have in second. She's not as far along as far as maturity, but a ewe that's really level down her top. When we got her out and moved her, she's pretty much the same fleece length about the whole way. She held together pretty darn good down that top and stayed pretty level. She has some stoutness there. Nice type of sheep there as well. Extremely elevated ewe here is the one that we have in fourth, but a ewe that I just like to stouten her up and maybe get her out and free her up when she gets on the move. She gets a little high in that top, and we'd like to see her level out and move a little freer there. And then we have a really young lamb here in fourth, a sheep that has some balance, has some look. She's just not far enough along to be able to get around those ones up on the top of the class. But that's a nice group of ewe lambs. Thank you.
Results from the Oxford Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Lydia Henry with Johnson 2509. Second place goes to Brooklyn Vondenheuvel with Vondenheuvel 2512. Third place, Isabella Foley with Cedar Lane Farm 25-23. And fourth place goes to Molly Watson with KGA 2512.
Well, folks, two really, really elite yearling ewes that rise to the top of the class here for me today. The separator for me is just the impeccable fleece quality found on this yearling ewe that starts us out. I mean, she is just so distinct about her crimp. She's the finest fleece out here, and you pair that all up with a skeleton that moves really well. I think that's a very hard sheep to make, one that I think is a really great representation of the Rambouillet breed and just has too many good things to offer to slide her back any further. Man, if you want to talk about a powerful ewe that just is built in her cage and, has a ton of capacity, I will hear you out all day on this one in second. For me today, I think there's two things that kind of sort her back. Just these are so small and nitpicky. When she gets out on the move, I like the way that the first place ewe uses her rear leg as she motors around the ring just a little bit better. And when I get back to the britch on this one, that fleece gets awfully coarse on me. I know that we're going to have britch wool, but we're looking at stuff that's 2 or 3 microns coarser than what we have in the one ahead of it. And for me today, that's enough to land her into the second hole. But get somebody else in here on another day, man. You could take these two either way depending on where your preferences align. Come down here to a UN3 that just is a really sound, solid ewe. I really did like this ewe. I didn't pick her out initially, but as the class went on, she just kept on growing on me. She's structurally sound. She's got a nice fleece on her. Is she as fine as our class winner? Probably not. Is she as stout as the one in second? Also not. That's what kind of lands her into the 3 hole for me. Overall, though, it's hard to kind of pick apart anything that you really don't like about this one. Maybe change up the way she motors just a nickel, but man, that's another really good representation of the Rambouillet breed. We get down here into 4 and 5, and these are ones that kind of sorted themselves out on the walk for me. I think that I'd like to change up the way this one gets out in motors, but again, an exceptional fleece quality to be found. Young men in 5 bring one out here. Man, if I could level her top out just a little bit, she would be a really, really competitive ewe. Love a more open fleece design here, but it's still fine and uniform, so I'm okay with it. Boys that come down here on the end, bring me one that just gets a little bit plainer in terms of her fleece. Don't see as much distinctness of crimp as we see in some of the ones ahead of her. Maybe gets a little bit straighter off her back legs when we set her into motion. But overall, top to bottom, the Rambouillet breeders here in Ohio should be incredibly proud of the set that they sent out here. Let's give these guys a big round of applause.
Results from your Rambouillet Yearling U class. First place goes to Chase Carpenter with Carpenter 2002. Second place goes to Allison Embody with ALAM 444. Third place goes to Harper Copeland with Embody 2889. Fourth place goes to Harper Copeland with Kirkpatrick DKF. Fifth place goes to Ross Dockery with Valley View 987. And sixth place, Chase Carpenter with Wiltz RBFF.
Well, if you're kind of just plugging along and we're just watching the show, make sure you look in here because this one's a beast. This sheep is just really ripped up as far as shape and muscle and does this in an extremely well-balanced package. A ewe that's really nice the way she's built up through that front. You get your hands right on her, and when I first looked at her, I thought she was going to carry a little extra condition. Not the case. This is what you see is what you get. She's really big in that rack, carries out super wide through that loin and out into square in that hip. You can see that stifle pop when she moves around the ring. Just a really good balanced, nice made type of ewe there to win our class. Like a lot of things about the ewe that we have here in second, you know, she comes in and you think, okay, this one can maybe get it done. Really elevated up through that front. We love that extra neck extension up through there, the good balance from the side. She's just not quite as wide a base as the one that we started our class off with. The ewe that when we get her out and travel, and you can kind of see it here, she wants to tilt that hip just a tick, but that's a really good female that I think can go home and raise some really nice sheep. The young man here and here, he kind of ran into a buzzsaw with those two. I feel for you a little bit. You got a nice sheep in your own right. This ewe has some ribs. She's relatively level down that top, just not the shape of muscling and the extra extension up through the front ends of the one on the top, but that's a nice little ewe there as well.
Results from the Oxford Slick Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Allison Kendall with Wallopy 0166. Second place goes to Abigail Cottrell with Triple J. And third place goes to Jordan Harchu with Double A 2535. Entering the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring is the Oxford Champion U-Drive. With yearling ewes, we have Brooklyn Vondenheuvel. Slick yearling ewes, Abigail Cottrell and Lydia Henry. Fall ewe lambs, Lydia Henry and Isabella Foley. Winter ewe lambs, Brooklyn Vondenheuvel and Isabella Foley. Spring ewe lambs, Lydia Henry and Brooklyn Vondenheuvel. Slick ewe lambs, Allison Kendall and Abigail Cottrell.
Well, certainly two ends of the spectrum here in terms of size and growth that we get to the top of the class. I think that the Rambouillet ewe that comes up here for me and to win the class is one that's probably the most structurally sound. Do I need my Rambouillets to be this tall at the shoulder? For me, no. But it doesn't bother me that she is. I think that she has a very unique fleece in that it's open and very bold, locked, but still extremely fine, which is something that's unique to find. And I commend them for having some quality to offer from that aspect. Sheep that comes in second, I'll go out there and say that this is probably the most useful commercial sheep I've seen today. I mean, if you want to talk about a Rambouillet ewe that is just fine fleece but still super powerful and just reads maternal, that's one for you. For me in the show ring, if I want to move her up any higher any higher today, I just got to level that top out when they walk. But man, if you want to go home and just have an easy keeping ewe that's going to make lambs and make fine fleeces, that's a ewe that's going to do very well at doing that. Get down here to 1 1/3 that I think just kind of runs out of gas. She kind of finds herself in the middle of I would say no man's land between the two of these guys on the spectrum. She's just a little plainer in her fleece for me today. Maybe gets a little straight off her rear wheels. But one that I think balances up pretty nicely. Still has a nice feminine front end on her. Overall, a lot of quality to be found in different places of the Rambouillet breed here, but nonetheless, really, really good representatives of it. Congratulations, exhibitors. Nice job, guys.
Pretty pleased with the set of females that we ended up with out here in the Oxford U Drive. I think, as we look down through these first place, whether fitted or slicked, you can see some sheep that have some balance. They have some rib, some sheep that are straight down their tops. When you look at our two slicked ewes, you got a couple ewes out here. There were probably two of the heavier muscled sheep that we had in our division out here as well today. For me, I think there's a pair. You saw me handle those two down there towards the end. I think those two sort themselves to the top for me as far as sheep with some balance, sheep with some rib, sheep that are true down their top, that extra stoutness, sheep that I think represent the Oxford breed fairly well. I will go out and congratulate your champion reserve. Once again, let's give all these kids a round of applause. I think they brought us a nice set of females here today. Thank you.
Just a single entry out here, but one that balances up really nicely. You really appreciate her from a structural standpoint. Comes with a lot of mass and a lot of rib to her. Overall, a female that'll be a really easy keeper. If I could be a little picky, I'd like to fine that fleece up just a little bit, but overall, that's being pretty critical on a ewe that does a lot of things right.
Your champion Oxford ewe goes to Allison Kendall with the yearling. The champion ewe banner presented by Walpy Oxfords, presented by Cassie Walpy. Your reserve champion Oxford ewe went to Lydia Henry. The reserve banner, sponsored by Walpy Oxfords and presented by Cassie Walpy. Results from the East Ring. Rambouillet Fall Ewe Lambs. First place went to Harper Copeland, BM 493. Second place, Ross Dockery with Valley View 1128. Third place goes to Harper Copeland, You and I. With the Rambouillet Winter Ewe Lamb class, first place went to Addison Embody with Embody 2507.
Oh, the quality to be found in these three out here. I'm going to start with the one that I think just says show you to me. She's super long bodied. She's got the skeleton and the youthfulness that she looks like she's going to grow really into a monster of a yearling ewe. When you open up the fleece on this one, you find a fleece that's really fine and really uniform from front to rear. Overall, I think it's just a logical spot for me to get started. Boys in second are probably going to get here to get tired, or maybe they like hearing about how good these sheep are going to do when they get home, and they need just sound ewes that are going to make fine fleeces and make pounds of lamb. I think that this one follows the trend very well of what they've been bringing out and has a lot of good traits to offer from that aspect. One that comes here in third, this ewe lamb is just a little green today. Nothing wrong with that. I think there's a lot of quality to be found here. I think as you put this one, some more days on feed on this one, she's going to grow. Her fleece feels and appears really fine. I think once she starts to put some more pounds on and that fleece starts to grow out, you'll really start to see the quality that you have. Overall, congratulations, 3 nice lambs in this class. Good job, guys.
As we round out our Oxford show today, we just brought the para fitted back out. For me, it gets close. We've got a couple really nice ewe lambs up here in our first set here, our reserve champion ewes stuff there in the middle, and I really like that other little fitted ewe lamb on the side. Buck lambs put together pretty well. Then I think we got our first place yearling ewe out here and our reserve champion ram. For me, I just like the completeness. These sheep are a little bit more my kind. I think they're a little bit more maybe moderate in their frame, but we have an extra width and dimension. They're a little shorter bodied than the next set, but I think when you take that shorter body, you get sheep to hold together a little better on the move right there in the shoulders. Both really nice sets of sheep. I think both these exhibitors should be commended. Really enjoyed sorting your Oxford sheep today. Let's give these two a round of applause as we finish up our show. Thank you.
Results from the Oxford flock. First place goes to Lydia Henry. Second place, Brooklyn Vondenheuvel. This year's 2025 Oxford Premier Exhibitor goes to Allison Kendall.
Well, folks, when it comes to picking our champion out here today, I'm not gonna think about this one too hard. I think the most competitive class that we saw today in the Ramble AUs was that yearling ewe class. There's a ton of quality to be found in both those females. They'll stay champion in reserve.
Results for your champion Rambouillet ewe goes to Chase Carpenter with the yearling. Chase Carpenter had your champion Rambouillet. Reserve champion ewe goes to a yearling shown by Addison Inbody. Your champion Rambouillet U banner was sponsored by Walnut Creek Yacht Club. And your reserve champion Rambouillet U banner was also sponsored by Walnut Creek Yacht Club. Currently in the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring, the Dorper Show has begun. The class in the ring is your yearling rams. Final call, fall ram lambs. In the East Ring, for the Rambouillets, for your 2025 Premier Sheep Exhibitor, goes to Chase Carpenter. And the award is sponsored by UNI Farms. Results from the East Ring. Your Rambouillet flock. First place goes to Chase Carpenter. Second place, Addison Embody. Third place, Ross Dockery. And fourth place, Harper Copeland.
We run into these last two breeds that we have to evaluate here today, and I got to get my mind working in a little bit different direction out here. We've got 3 bucks that are built a lot different in here. I mean, all 3 of these rams are extremely different in their type and kind. I think our most complete buck is the buck I started our class off with. A buck that's a little taller at the point of the shoulder, a little leveler down that top. When you get right behind him, he's the widest base sheep that we have here in the class. Just a really powerful type of ram to start our class off with here. The buck that we have in second, you know, he's not as big as maybe the ram as far as frame of the one that we ended up with here in third, but I like him for his squareness and his levelness out through his hip. I think he's got something to offer there. A buck that I really like to handle when we handle him right up there in that rack. He's pretty level out through that hip. That's a nice type of sheep. And then our buck that we ended up here with in third, a lot of good things about this guy as well. He's balanced pretty well from flank to flank. I just like to see a more overall width. I think this guy tapers a little more right here at his tailhead than a couple of the others that we have in the class. Really nice set of bucks there from 1 to 3. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Your results for the Dorper Yearling Ram class. First place, Avery Lindsay with the E-Star Livestock. Second place, Victoria Kovacs with V Kovacs 24-12. Third place goes to Sierra Shields, near Family Dorpers. Now entering the ring, Dorper Fall Ram Lambs. Last call, Dorper Winter Ram Lambs. Results from the East Ring for your Rambouillet Best Fleece goes to Chase Carpenter. And your Best Headed Rambouillet went to Ross Dockery. At this time in the East Ring, we will be moving on to the Merino Show. In the East Ring, they'll be moving on to the Merino Show. This is last call for the Merino Yearling Ram class and first call for the Merino Fall Ram Lamb class. The 2025 breeding sheep shows are being broadcasted by Ringside Live. You can view them on ringsidelive.com. This is the first year being with us this year. So if you want to see the shows going on and you can't be here with us, it's ringsidelive.com. Sponsors to help make this happen is the Ohio Southdown Association, Ohio Hampshire Association, the Ohio Dorset, Hilltop Showstock, ALAM Livestock, 4C Southdowns, Fowler Southdowns, Diamond Southdowns, Alpha and Omega Genetics, Ohio Suffolk Association, the Ohio Katahdin Breeders Association, Martin Welding and Fabrication, Martin Livestock, Marilyn and Greg Vogel and Family, Dorsets and Daylilies, Nichols Sheep Farm, Wolf Brothers, Rivenoak Livestock, Hershey Cropland, Patterson Fruit Farm, and Root Horn Dorsets, T.H. Wallace Farms, Ohio Cordell Association, Doug Kirkpatrick, Backwoods Farms, and Buckshot Farms.
It's pretty refreshing to get the Merinos in the ring and open up these fleeces and find quality in both of them. The buck that we're going to start off with, I think, just brings a little bit more length of body to the table. I think he balances up just a little bit nicer, maybe a little bit more extension. One that is just a little bit longer at a staple and very distinct about his crimp, but still super fine, bright white. I think a lot of quality to be found in that one. Hornbuck that comes in second, man, he's really good in terms of his fleece. You open it up, it's bright white. It's a little shorter staple than what I'd love to see today. I'd like to maybe balance him up structurally a little bit, but as far as just, traditional Merino breed character, I think he's got it, and he has one that just comes with a lot of quality from that aspect. Both of these guys have nice rams. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results for your Merino Yearling Ram class. First place goes to Riley Smith with Smith KLS 2422. Second place goes to Annie Frame with Randy Frame 2408. Now entering the East Ring is Fall Ram Lambs. This is last call for Merino Winter Ram Lambs. First call, Spring Merino Ram Lambs.
Interesting class of Dorset bucks here. I think some bucks that you could sort these a couple different ways. This is the way I see them here today. I think our combination buck is the buck that wins our class here. I think this buck's a little better up through his front end maybe than some of the other rams in the class. I think he balances up a little better and is a little neater through that chest. A ram that comes out with a lot of width when you get right behind him. Nice kind of buck to start our class off with. Our black-headed buck is a buck I struggle with a little bit in here in this class. I think he's made really good. This buck's carrying a little extra condition in comparison to some of the other rams in the class. Just a little more condition there. I question how much actual natural shape he has. He's got a little bit of more, like I said, more overall condition. He's smooth in the way he's made. I just like to see him a little trimmer with a little more expression of muscling. My expressive muscled sheep is a sheep that I have here in third, a really high-powered, muscular type of buck out here. He gets a little bolder through his front for me today, a sheep that's just a little bolder in those lower shoulder, gets a little out on those edges a little bit, but that's a nice type of buck there to be in third. Then our fourth place buck, like the style of this guy, when we get beside him, they do a nice job of getting him exhibited. He is a little neater up through his front, but when you get that little extra extension and then that neatness through that shoulder, you lose a little shape, and he's not quite as wide at a base as the rams that we had above him. And then we round off the class with a buck here that's been a little difficult for the young lady out here today. Ram that just doesn't want to quite work and handle as well for her. A sheep that just doesn't have quite the extension maybe as some of the others, doesn't have as much width as some of the others, but a nice kind of buck there in fifth. Thank you.
Results for the Dorper Fall Ram Lamb class. First place goes to William Deering with Wildcat Ranch. Second place goes to Kellen Alger with 2K24-3. Third place goes to Logan Deering with Deering Farms. Fourth place goes to Amelia Ream with Dorsets and Daylilies 435F. And fifth place goes to William Deering with Deering Farms 2502. At this time, the Dorper Winter Ram Lambs are entering the ring. Last call, Dorper Spring Ram Lambs.
I'm going to start this class off with a really powerful merino ram, one that comes with plenty of thickness and shape about him when you get your hands on him. I think this buck is definitely the finest fleece of the class, and he's got tremendous character. Is his fleece a little yoky today? Probably so. I'd like to maybe see it changed up in its condition to be a little bit brighter white. But man, if you want to talk about one that's just stout, structurally built correct, and really fine in terms of its micron, it's a very logical place to start for me today. Boys in second bring me in one that's got more extension to offer to it. I appreciate the length of body. This one just gives up some of the mass and dimension of the one ahead of him. I think this one is just a little bit coarser. Again, by no means outside of the realm of what's acceptable for the merino breed. You really like the fleece on this one. You open up, it's nice and bright white. I think if we could just fine him up just a little bit more and shoot some more power into him, he'll keep up with our class winner, but it's certainly a competitive ram in his own right. One, the Skurd buck here in third, one that just kind of runs out of gas for the class. There's nothing really wrong with him. You appreciate his fleece from a fineness standpoint. He's structurally sound. He's just getting outsized and outmassed by the ones ahead of him. You put this guy on feed and bring him back out here in a couple months after he's put on some pounds, I think he's going to push the rest of them pretty hard. Overall, a lot of quality to be found in all three of those individuals. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Well, down here on the Dorper end, I was due to get one to come together pretty easily out of these first buck classes, and I think this one did that. The little buck lamb that wins our class, I think, does so pretty handily for me. This is a really complete type of sheep, a ram that's really well balanced when we view him from the side. We appreciate him for his levelness and squareness. He stands on a good substance of bone. That's a really nice, complete type of sheep that travels out really well. That's a good buck to start our class off with. After that, it gets to be an expression and a muscle shape thing for me here. I think the buck that we have here in second still balances up really well. There's a lot of width in this guy. I like the extra width right there in that upper hip. He carries that down into that center of that leg with some expression down through that stifle. That's a nice type of buck there as well. And then when we get into our third place buck, we have to appreciate him for the smoothness. He's carrying just a tick more condition than the other ones here today. We like the levelness of him as well, just not the overall shape of muscling that we had in the first two. Really nice set of bucks here from 1 to 3. Thank you.
Results from the East Ring, your Merino Fall Ram Lamb class. First place goes to Elijah Berkheimer with Gadsby, 2436. Second place, Trevor Smith with Smith KLS, 2540. Third place, Morgan Finley with WCYCO, 853. Your results from the Nationwide Farm Bureau Ring. The Dorper Winter Ram Lambs first place goes to Victoria Kovacs with Kovacs 25-1. Second place, Avery Lindsay with Beach Hill Farm 2502. And third place, Sierra Shields with Misty Creek Dorpers.
Three bucks out here, then bring some differences down the line. I'm going to start with the one that I think is one of the finer grading fleeces in the class. One that really, once he gets out and set up, he balances and lays his top in nicely. Could we change him up a little bit on how he walks around the ring? Sure, but I think that's being pretty picky on a buck that offers a lot of extension. Ram that really hits you hard when he comes out in the ring is the one here in two. He's just got a ton of body and mass to him. When you get your hands on this one, you find he's a little bit coarser. I think he's still within the realms of appropriateness. What kind of lands him in the two-hole for me today, if you look at that horn set, it's growing in a little too close on his face to make me comfortable to say that he's going to be able to remain a productive ram down the road. If you bring me a horn buck, I don't have a problem with it, but we can really cause some problems when they start growing in on their cheeks like that. But a lot of good things from a structural and muscularity standpoint to like on the 1 and 2. Folks that back here that bring us 1 and 3. A merino that I think is maybe a little bit older fashioned in terms of its design. I think it's got a little extra skin hanging around. I'd maybe like to see that cleaned up a little bit. I think he's just as fine as the ones ahead of him in terms of grade. One that maybe just needs to change some structural things, maybe make him a little more confident on his pasterns for me to move him up any further today. Overall, a nice lineup of rams. Congratulations, guys.
3 nice rams to round out our Dorper Ram division out here. I think the buck that we start our class with does fairly handedly out here for me today. A sheep that balances up extremely well from the side. Love this guy for his squareness out through his hip, the extra width and dimension the whole way through. Real wide base type of ram out here that gets out and travels fairly well. I have to tell you a story on these second and third. The young man came out and I said, "Are these lambs twins?" And he goes, "Yep, they sure are." And they look very similar. My next question was who got to pick first? He got to pick first and he did a good job. He picked a sheep out here. Of the 2, he picked the one that's a little wider as he comes back through, a sheep that's a little squarer out through his hip than the third place ram, a ram that balances up pretty well out there today. The young lady's other twin that we ended up here with in third, just not quite as square and as muscular out through that hip as the one that we had in front, but a nice pair of rams on down through. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thanks.
Results from the East Ring, your Merino winner Ram Lambs. First place, Riley Smith with Smith KLS 2553. Second place, Morgan Embody with ALAM 497. Third place, Sam Dockery with SD Merinos 1183. Results from the Nationwide Farm Bureau Ring, your Dorper Spring Ram Lambs. First place, Logan Deering with Deering Farms 2521. Second place, Jacob Lewis with NFD 2038. And in third place, Jacob Lewis with NFD 2037. Currently showing in the Nationwide Farm Bureau Ohio Lead Ring, you have the Dorper Champion Ram Drive with your yearling rams, Avery Lindsay and Victoria Kovacs. Fall Ram Lambs, William Deering and Kellen Alger. Winter Ram Lambs, Victoria Kovacs and Avery Lindsay. And your Spring Ram Lambs, Logan Deering and Jacob Lewis. Currently in the East Ring are the Merino Spring Ram Lambs. Following this class will be the Ram Final Drive.
Definitely some obvious differences in terms of where they're at on their growth curve here in our lineup of Rams. I'm going to start with the one that is just the most complete. I think he has a very nice uniform, good merino fleece. I think one that offers a lot of length. The body still balances up really nicely with a square pin set. Just a good logical place for me to start. One that comes here next and second, one that you can appreciate how bright white that fleece is. One that, if I could be a little bit more critical, I'd like to make him a little bit more comfortable in his top line. I know he's not super happy to be out here today. It's probably not helping the issue, but we could just maybe tweak him a little bit structurally. We could go ahead and push him up with the one ahead of him. One that comes next, in my mind, just kind of follows along logically. The fleece at this point on these last three all look really lammy. It's really hard to say what's going to be growing in on these guys, but I think he's got the most pieces for me today. I think he's, skeletally going to showing signs of a little more growth. Maybe going to have some more length of body than what we get down. We get a pair of lambs down here that they're just on a little bit behind on the growth curve. Maybe mommy didn't, give them enough milk at weaning or something. They got sick. But two lambs that, we appreciate the fineness of their fleece. I just need some more days on feed to really determine what their potential is gonna be. Overall, a nice lineup of Merino Rams. Good job, guys.
let's put your hands together for these Dorper exhibitors out here in your champion drive. We had several really nice rams as we worked through the show. There's several different directions maybe you could go depending on what you're looking for to improve your flock. But this is the way I saw them out here today, looking for some sheep with some soundness, some sheep with some shape, some sheep with some muscling. I think there's a pair of them out here that suit me really well as far as being complete rams that can go on and be productive in those flocks and put the amount of muscling and the shape that you need in there, as well as in a neat package. But let's give these exhibitors one more round of applause, and I'll go out and get your champion reserve. Thank you.
In the Nationwide Ohio Farm Bureau ring, your champion, Dorper Ram, goes to Victoria Kovacs out of the winter class. That sponsor for the banner is the Ruckman Family Dorpers, presented by Shelby Ruckman. Your reserve champion, Dorper Ram, goes to Avery Lindsay out of the yearling class. The awards presented by the Ruckman Family Dorpers, Shelby Ruckman. Results from the East Ring, the Merino Spring Ram Lamb class. First place goes to Emily Smith with Smith KLS 2554. Second place, Morgan Finley with WCYC 0891. Third place goes to Adeline Frame with Randy Frame 2502. Fourth place is Alyssa Marvin, showing Marvin 2609-20. In fifth place, Dylan Marvin with Marvin 2609-15. Currently in the East Ring is the Merino Ram Champion Drive. With the yearling Rams is Riley Smith and Annie Frame. Fall Ram Lambs, Elijah Berkheimer and Trevor Smith. Winter Ram Lambs, Riley Smith and Morgan Embody. And Spring Ram Lambs, Emily Smith and Morgan Finley.
Certainly a competitive lineup of Merino Rams out here today. For me, I think there's two competitors here. We got the yearling buck and this fall buck lamb. The yearling ram for me is the buck that comes with the fleece that's in the best condition. It's nice and bright white. It's very uniform from front to rear. He comes with added thickness over that rack and into the loin area, and I think he balances up pretty nicely. A really high-powered one that I can't speak highly enough from a skeletal and a muscularity standpoint here in our fall class. One that when you get your hands on the top of him, you're just really impressed with the stoutness of feature. For me, the condition of this fleece is just a little bit of concern. He comes a little bit more yoky. We get back there in the britch area, a little bit harsher condition. I think if we could make him just as snow white as the yearling, that he could beat him. Today, I think that yearling is just too good to get beat from a fleece standpoint. He'll be your champion, following up with your fall for reserve.
Your champion Merino Ram goes to Riley Smith with the yearling. The sponsors for that is DAM Sheep Farm. And your reserve champion Merino Ram goes to Elijah Burkheimer with out of the fall class, and that is sponsored by Diller Sheep Farm. For the Merinos, the Champion Ram banner is sponsored by Megan's Merinos, presented by Megan Embody. And the Reserve Champion Merino Ram banner is sponsored by Walnut Creek Yacht Club, presented by Tom Connor.
Nice set of ewes from top to bottoms here in our Dorper yearling ewes. I think the ewe that we start with is the combination sheep for me. You get your hands on this ewe, and she's extremely impressive. A huge rack in this ewe. She handles with a ton of width and ton of expression. Great big and square out over that loin. She's not the biggest ewe in the class, but you get right out through here. She's extremely flat through that hip. A ewe that shows that extra expression of muscling. And then when you get on the side of this ewe, I think she balances up awful well. A ewe that's got some extension through her front. That's a really nice type of sheep to start our class off with. I think the ewe that most closely follows her in her type and kind is the ewe that we ended up here in second. A really good balanced ewe, a big bodied ewe in here. Ewe that's carrying a touch more condition for me today, not showing as much expression of muscling as the one that we started our class off with. That's a really nice type of ewe there in second as well. A really elevated fronted type of ewe, a really feminine fronted type of ewe is a ewe that we have here in third, a ewe that still has some width and has some expression. She just doesn't have quite as much overall rib shape as the ones that we started our class with. I just like to make her a little stouter in her overall appearance, maybe a little more stouter in her bone, but that's a nice type of ewe there as well. Then we run into a ewe that's extremely smooth. Our Dorper ewe here is elevated up through the front. She's got some smoothness, just not the overall shape of the ones that we had on the top of the class here. a ewe that we'd like to balance her up just a tick better in order to get her over those up there, but that's getting critical of a really nice, good made type of ewe there as well. A powerhouse ewe is the one we had here in fourth. This ewe's got a lot of width when we view her from the back, but a ewe that just gets a little coarser in her overall makeup. And then we round out our top 5 here with another Dorper ewe that is very similar to the 2 that above, a smoother type of shape, but just not the overall expression of muscling and the stoutness of the ones that we had on the top of this class. Good class from top to bottom. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thanks.
Results for your Dorper Yearling U class. First place goes to Victoria Kovacs with East Star Livestock 2438. Second place goes to Austin Embody, L&K Sheep Company 2410. Third place, Logan Deering, Two Rock Ranch 24002. Fourth place goes to Sierra Shields, Misty Creek Dorpers 2404. Fifth place, Kellen Algier in 2K 23017. In sixth place, Sierra Shields with Misty Creek Dorpers 2403. Seventh place goes to William Deering, Two Rock Ranch 24063. And in eighth place, Logan Deering, Wildcat Ranch 4016. Now entering the ring on your Nationwide Farm Bureau side are the Dorper Fall ewe lambs. Final call, Dorper winner ewe lambs.
Definitely one of the coolest things about this breed is the breeding seasons, and it's nice to see this many fall ewe lambs out here and such a nice set on down through. I think a really good set of ewe lambs. You could probably sort these top end a couple different ways. This is the way I see them here today. I think we got an extremely complete type of female up here on this end. A ewe that is really well balanced when we view her from the side. She's really level down that top. A ewe that's really square and wide out through that hip and that tail set. I appreciate her for her overall balance and femininity up through her front end. I think that's a really nice sheep to start our class off with. Our power sheep is the ewe that we have here in second. She's not as smooth made as our top four. She's, she'd be the coarsest of the top four ewes in here as far as her overall structure, but you get your hands on them. This sheep has a ton of muscle right up in that rack. She carries it right back through with a lot of width in that, in through that hip loin junction there. That's a nice type of female there. I just like to maybe make her a little neater in her overall makeup. A really smooth Dorper ewe is the one that we have here in third. She's carrying a little more condition than some of the others, but we sure have to appreciate her for her balance and her levelness. A really nice type of sheep there. Love the sheep here in fourth. There's a lot of different things. I told the young exhibitor here, I said there's several things I like about this ewe, and there's just a couple things I change. When you handle her right up in that rack shape, she handles extremely good in the rack. A sheep that's got some width, it's really super fresh. It carries wide out through that loin. She just wants to pinch right there quite a bit at her tail set. A sheep that's just not quite as wide as structured as the ones that we had on the top of the class, but that's getting critical of a really good balance, eye-appealing type of ewe lamb there as well. And we round out our class here with a ewe here that has a lot of shape. She's being extremely difficult, but a really good handling type of heavy muscle type of ewe there in fourth. But a good class of lambs from top to bottom. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit. Thank you.
Your results from the Dorper Fall Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Amelia Ream, Dorsets and Daylilies 449F. Second place goes to William Deering, NK Ranches Inc. 2481. Third goes to Sierra Shields, Misty Creek Dorpers 2422. Fourth place goes to Kellen Algier, Uptown Farms 1429. Fifth place goes to Kellen Algier. Sixth place goes to Austin Inbody F24130. Seventh place, Sarah Shields with Misty Creek Dorpers 2421. Eighth place, Sierra Shields, Misty Creek Dorpers 2424. Ninth place, Logan Deering, 2 Rock Ranch 24133. And 10th place goes to Austin Inbody, L&K Sheep Company 2509. Entering the ring now are the Dorper Winter Ewe Lambs.
There's not many places in the country where you're going to find 11 merino ewes all of this quality. The ewe that I'm going to start out with, when she first came in, she hit me pretty hard, and when I got up there and put my hands on that fleece and it opened up, I was really pleasantly surprised. That is a very uniform, very fine fleece, a very distinct crimp pattern about it. There's a lot of really good things to say about that ewe's fleece. Throw in there that I think she balances up really well. She's got plenty of maternal rib to her. She's stout featured down her top. I think just a logical place for me to start. The ewe that pushes her in terms of fineness of grade is the one that comes here in second. I think that this female is exceptional in her own right. For me, I think just some small things, the added base width of the one that comes ahead of her, maybe the added length of body to the one in front of her. But man, certainly an extremely bright white fleece that when you open up this one, just exceptional character. 2 very high quality individuals to start the class off with. The ewe that comes here in third, one that really grabs your eye from the stand back, is balancing up really well from her underline and being nice and square made. For me, when I open up her fleece, she just gets a little bit plain in terms of her crimp pattern. I think she's very bright white, but I'd like to give her just a little bit added character to keep up with the 2 in front of her. But golly, there's a lot of good sheep down this lineup. Young man brings us a shorter fleeced option here in 4. One that when you get her out and watch her walk around, you really like her. She balances up an extremely feminine ewe. Today she just kind of runs out of staple length to compete with some of the other heavy hitters in the class, but one that just still offers a ton of quality from a fleece perspective. I think we give her a little bit more time and grow that fleece out. We'll see how uniform and beautiful it is, and maybe she'll push some of our class winners a little bit harder. Young man brings us one here in 5 that just a really exceptional fleece. This is just a really high performing fleece here. For me, when I set this one into motion, her back legs get a little bit too under her compared to the ones ahead of her. If I could square her up and make her use those back legs just a little bit differently, I would sure be able to move her up further in the class. Guys, there's a lot of quality down the line here too. I told each and every one of these kids that they should be very proud of the sheep they brought out here. I think this is a really impressive set of merinos, and these kids all deserve a really big round of applause.
Your results from the Merino Yearling U class. First place goes to Morgan Inbody with Diller R581. Second place goes to Trevor Smith with Smith KLS 2418. Third place goes to Emily Smith with Smith KLS 2408. Fourth place goes to Elijah Berkheimer, MCB 1505. Fifth place goes to Riley Smith with Smith KLS 2416. Sixth place, Morgan Finley with US 70760. Seventh place, Dylan Marvin with Smith KLS 2439. Eighth place goes to Morgan Finley with WCY CO 775. Ninth place, Alyssa Marvin with Smith KLS 2438. And 10th place, Sam Dockery and Dockery 0098.
Nice class of winter ewe lambs here. I think we have our combination sheep that's going to win the class out here for me today. This ewe has gotten better and better as the class has gone on, as she's settled in a little bit. The young lady's able to get this one set up and pulled apart. But this is a sheep that has that balance that I'm looking for when we view her from the side. She has some elevation up to her front. A ewe that I guess excels in this class when you get your hands right on her. This is a sheep that handles really big right up in that rack. She's one of our wider handling and sheep right there through that loin. A really nice made, built, complete type of female. I think the one that most closely follows her as far as muscle expression and thickness is going to be the little ewe lamb that we ended up here with in second. She's not as big in her overall makeup, obviously, but this is a sheep that handles with a tremendous amount of muscle down that top. Really big right there and through that rack. I like this ewe as she carries out through that hip, real level out through that hip. I'd just like to bring her up in her front a little bit, maybe just make her a little bigger in altogether in order to compete with that class winner today. Like the style and design of the one we got here in third. She was kind of my problem sheep in the class. Love the levelness and squareness of her hip. This is a sheep that just gets a little pinch right there in that forerib for me. She doesn't handle with the same amount of expression of muscling as the two that we started our class off with, but that's a nice, well-balanced type of ewe lamb there as well. Then we get into a pair of ewes that are a little coarser in their overall makeup as far as in comparison to the way they're built, and the ones that we had on the top of the class, ewes that we'd like to square up and level up in some certain areas, but a nice set of sheep from top to bottom. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Results for your Dorper winner ewe lamb class. First place goes to Victoria Kovacs with East Star Livestock 25-29. Second place goes to William Deering with Two Rock Ranch 25-013. Third place goes to Amelia Ream with Dorsets and Daylilies 514S. Fourth place goes to Logan Deering with Two Rock Ranch 25-01. Fifth place goes to Austin Embody with L&K Sheep Company 25-15. Next in the ring are going to be the Dorper Spring ewe lambs.
Another impressive lineup of merino ewes. The one we're going to start with is a ewe that's really soft and extremely bright white in their appearance when you open it up, and she's got a really unique character to that fleece. One that I think balances up pretty nicely in terms of skeletally. Is she the stoutest made one in the class? Probably not, but I think she's good enough structurally for the quality that she brings with the fleece. One that comes here in second, I had to do a double take the first time I opened it up. That's an overwhelming amount of staple length for a fall ewe lamb, and it's still in really great condition. When you open it up, it's extremely uniform from front to rear. I think that ewe offers some stoutness, a feature. Maybe we could tighten her up just a little bit in her top to keep that together, but man, that's being really critical. One that I think brings a lot of quality to the table. One that kind of follows her most in terms, the second place sheep in terms of skeletal build comes here in 3. One that I think is plenty massive in terms of base width, and when you get your hands on the top of her, for me, I'd like to make this fleece just a little bit more uniform, maybe put it in a little bit better condition, a little brighter white to slide her up any further, but one that I think when you stand back and look at her, you can really find some appeal. Same story to be told here to the 1 and 4. This one is really attractive from the stand back when you're looking at her. For me, when I open up her fleece, we just find just a little bit of belly wool creeping up on the side. It's nothing that I would be upset about if I was a breeder, but when you've got 3 ahead of them that are extremely uniform from front to bottom, it finds you down in the 4 spot. Sheep that comes here in 5th, kind of a similar style of fleece to the one that we have in front, maybe not quite as uniform as their class winner. One that gets just a little too steep off of her hooks to her pins, and a little too straight off her back legs to move up any higher for me today. Overall, an impressive set of merino ewes. Let's give those guys a round of applause.
With our Dorper ewe lambs out here, I think we got one that rises to the top pretty quick for me out here today, especially when I get my hands right on this sheep. A different level of muscle expression down the top of this one. She carries out wide and square out into that hip, a sheep that has some balance. She's not the most elevated up through her front end, but really nice made, good balance type of ewe with a lot of muscle. I think the ewe that most closely follows her is with power and muscling is the ewe that we have here in second. A ewe that doesn't want to cooperate real well for him out here today, but there's a little extra width and dimension in this ewe in comparison to some of the other ones in the class. We got a nice made type of ewe here in third, but a ewe that just doesn't have that extra shape and muscling that we had on the top. And then we round off with our 2 Dorper ewes, just not quite as much of these 2 ewes as far as overall size and scale. And then when we start talking rib and shape, there's just not quite as much in these ewes as the ones that we had on the top of the class, but that's getting critical of a nice pair of ewe lambs here in 4 and 5 as well. Thank you.
Your results from the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring. Dorper Spring Ewe Lambs, first place goes to William Deering, Deering Farms. Second place goes to Logan Deering, 2 Rock Ranch, 25051. Third goes to Austin Embody, L&K Sheep Company, 2520. Fourth place goes to Sierra Shields, Misty Creek Dorpers. And fifth place goes to Sierra Shields, Misty Creek Dorpers. Now in the Nationwide Farm Bureau Ohio League Council ring is the Dorper Ewe Champion Drive. With the yearling ewes is Victoria Kovacs and Austin Embody. Fall ewe lambs, Amelia Ream and William Deering. Winter ewe lambs, Victoria Kovacs and William Deering. And spring ewe lambs, William Deering and Logan Deering. Results from the East Ring for your Merino Fall Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Trevor Smith. Smith, KLS 2546. Second place goes to Sam Dockery. Dockery 0121. Third place goes to Elijah Berkheimer. Gadsby 2495. Fourth place goes to Morgan Embody with a Scott 2577. Fifth place, Riley Smith with Smith KLS 2547. In sixth place is Morgan Finley, and in seventh place, Morgan Finley.
more quality to be found here. I'm going to start with the one that I think balances up very well structurally. This one is just fun to look at from the stand back. She's very youthful appearing throughout that and feminine throughout her front end. I think when I get this fleece opened up, it's a bright white. I love the character, by far the best charactered fleece in the class. I think all those things combined gets it up to the first place pretty easily for me. Get here to one in second. Again, another ewe that comes with tremendous length, the staple. You really like that about her. Condition is the word I'm going to use here. This fleece just gets a little bit yolky in its appearance compared to that class winner. I think if we can make her a little bit more bright white and add that added character to it and condition, I think we'll move that one up a little bit further. Today, for me, she's got to stay in second. Another really youthful appearing one here in third that I really appreciate. This one is when you get the fleece open, again, a nice, really bright white fleece. For me, she just gets a little bit out of balance when we set her into motion. I think if we can just make her a little bit more structurally sound and make her a little more like our class winner, she'll get on a little higher. One that you really enjoy looking at from the stand back and appreciate for the amount of mass and power that it brings is one here in 4. When you get your hands in this one, you find just a little more belly wool than what you'd like to see. Some of it might be some lamb wool still working on growing out, but it's just not as consistent, especially down along the belly line, as what we find in some of the ones ahead of her. A lot of quality to be found here in their own right. One that comes here at the end is this lamb just needs some more days on feed. He's still really youthful appearing. He's got a lot of lamb tips, very greasy yet. I think that we just need to let that fleece grow out, maybe keep it in a little better condition, and it will find something that we will like to compare to the rest of our class. That's how I see him today. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Well, let's put your hands together for these Dorper ewes. I think we had a really nice show on down through. I appreciate what this breed has done. I see them here and there at the county fairs as I sort through them sheep, but I haven't got to do a group in several years since I did the junior show at Louisville, and I certainly appreciate the amount of thickness that they put into these things, and they've squared them up a little bit to make them look like the rest of the sheep that we have and people are exhibiting. So, I mean, I think they've got a really nice set out here. There's one out here that hits me extremely hard today. I think she's a pretty easy winner here in your Dorper show, and then I think it gets close maybe between a pair after that. Really like the style, like the design. I like the way some of these ewes are built out here and the amount of thickness that they have. So let's give these group one more round of applause, and I'll go out and get your champion, reserve champion ewe. Thank you.
Your champion Dorper ewe goes to Victoria Kovacs with her yearling. That banner is sponsored by Ruckman Family Dorpers and presented by Shelby Ruckman. Your reserve champion ewe goes to Victoria Kovacs out of the winter class. That banner is sponsored by Ruckman Family Dorpers and presented by Shelby Ruckman. Out of the East Ring, the results for the Merino Winter Ewe-Lamb class. First place goes to Emily Smith, KLS 2552. Second place, Sam Dockery with N-Body 2995. Third place goes to Sam Dockery with SD Merinos 1182. Fourth place goes to Elijah Berkheimer, MCB 1564. And fifth place goes to Annie Frame with Randy Frame 2501.
I think one that comes out and handles this class, in my mind, one that is just ahead of the curve in terms of growth compared to what's out here in the class. I really like the stout feature to this one. You get the fleece opened up. You find that it's uniform from front to rear. Really logical place for me to go ahead and get started. Ewe-lamb that comes next is one that offers some more staple length than what we're going to see down the line in the class. One that I think is they're all, at this point down, we're all really green, but one that has definitely shows some evidence of growth. I think one that with more days on feet is gonna have the most potential to grow into something special. Get here to 1 and 3rd. This ewe-lamb, you just like the fleece on her too much to not have her in 3rd. I think she balances up nicely. I think she, again, is just a very young ewe that's behind the growth curve. Spend some more time in front of a feeder, and you might get something later down the line. One that comes here next, and 4, we just need to balance her up structurally a little bit better. I think she needs to move a little bit more freely off the rear end of her skeleton, but one that you appreciate for the bright white naturedness. And then the one that down here on the end just kind of runs out of gas. The fleece is still really lamby. It's really hard to read what you're going to get, and the lamb is just too young to compete with what's up here in the rest of the class. Overall, congratulations, exhibitors, on a really nice set.
Your results from your Merino Spring ewe-lamb class. First goes to Elijah Berkheimer with MCB 1580. Second place goes to Annie Frame with Randy Frame 2503. Third place goes to Alyssa Marvin, showing Marvin 2609-19. Fourth place, Annie Frame, showing Randy Frame 2504. And fifth place, Dylan Marvin on Marvin 2609. Now entering the East Ring is the Merino Champion U-Drive. Out of the yearling class, Morgan Inbody and Trevor Smith. Fall ewe-lambs, Trevor Smith and Sam Dockery. Winter ewe-lambs, Emily Smith and Sam Dockery. And in the class with the spring ewe-lambs, Elijah Berkheimer and Annie Frame.
This first set of sheep in here, this flock has been fairly dominant all day. They're my kind of sheep as far as the way they got these presented out here. You know, we got sheep that hold together extremely well, some sheep that are balanced. Love the tap, touch, and rack shape in this set. I think they've had a different handle. Those 3 sheep have the whole day. That's a really good set there. Really nice, consistent set here is our set that we had here in second. I like the balance of these sheep as well. These are some sheep that hold together really well when we get them on the move. Do they have as much shape and overall expression of muscling up there as our top set? No, but that's a really good, nice, balanced set of sheep. Then we get back into a little more shape and dimension in our third set here. They've had some pretty powerful handling sheep as far as top shape the whole way through today. Nice set there in third. And then we run into another set of white dorpers here. Some more sheep that, like I said, they got a pretty good look. They got pretty good shape in this group. And then we round off with our dorper set here. Like the smoothness of these. I like the levelness of these. I just like to see a little bit more expression of muscling in them in comparison to some of the top. But I really enjoyed working through the dorpers today. Let's give these young exhibitors another round of applause as they exit the ring. Thank you.
Your results from the Dorper Flock class. First place goes to Victoria Kovacs. Second place goes to Amelia Ream. Third place, William Deering. Fourth place, Logan Deering. And fifth place, Sierra Shields. Next in the Nationwide Farm Bureau Ohio League Council ring will be the Katahdins.
Well, folks, so I think this is probably the deepest set of sheep we've seen all day. cannot speak enough about the quality of the Merino breed within the state of Ohio. All these breeders have something to certainly be proud of and hang their hat on. There's nowhere else in the country that you're going to find this many Merinos of this quality all showing in the same state against each other. That being said, I think that these two yearling ewes are just hammers. They came out in class and just wowed me out of a really deep yearling ewe class. I can't justify not making them champion in reserve. Congratulations, guys.
Your champion Merino ewe goes to Morgan Inbody. The banner is donated by KLS Farms and presented by Kathy Smith. Your reserve champion Merino ewe goes to Trevor Smith. Banner donated by DAM Sheep Farms and presented by Dylan and Alyssa Marvin. We'd also like to thank the Merino Special Awards sponsors for your champion ewe. That is Smith KLS Farms. And your reserve champion ewe, Kathy Smith.
We got a nice buck to start our Katahdin show out here with. You get a ram that has this type of frame on him. You know, they've gotten these sheep quite a bit bigger than they were in the past. But a buck that's extremely level down that top. He balances up really well from flank to flank. I like the squareness of this buck out through his hip. I think this buck's coming out a little flatter and a little leveler than maybe some of the others in the breed. Sheep that has some muscle, I think he can go on and be an extremely productive ram.
To start the Katahdin show with your yearling ram class, first place goes to Logan Inbody with LAM 472.
Only a single entry here, but once again, we got a sheep it's built pretty well up through his front end. You know, they've got this buck that's up here, highest points at the point of the shoulders there. He's relatively level down his top. He balances up when we view him from the side. Would I like to add a shot more muscle to this guy, maybe square him up just a little bit? For sure, but I think that's a nice productive type of ram there as well.
In your Katahdin Fall Ram Lamb class, your Fall Ram Lamb was exhibited by Jacob Lewis, RIV 1123. Attention Merino exhibitors. Following the flock class, please hold your placings. Attention in the barn. If there is a representative of the Ohio Katahdin Association, please come up to the ring and see Roger High. If there is a representative of the Ohio Katahdin Association, please make your way to the ring. At this time, we're going to announce the Merino Premier Exhibitor Award. So your 2025 Merino Premier Exhibitor goes to Elijah Berkheimer. The award is sponsored by Megan's Merinos. Placings for your Merino Flock class. First place goes to Riley Smith. Second place, Trevor Smith. Third place goes to Elijah Berkheimer. Fourth place, Morgan Embody. Fifth place, Emily Smith. Sixth place, Sam Dockery. Seventh place, Morgan Finley. Eighth place, Dylan Marvin. Ninth place, Alyssa Marvin. Also, we'd like to thank the special award sponsor for the first flock of US 7 livestock.
I get into this class of Katahdin buck lambs, and I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous on I guess where this breed is going, because we got a couple of winter buck lambs out here, and these guys are getting really big. And I think in the sheep business, we've been down this road before, and we got a sheep here that's supposed to be commercially based, that are supposed to raise some sheep with a ton of muscle and be highly productive. And we got a couple bucks out here that are getting pretty good size. Now, they are good size, but these are sheep that are made pretty good. This buck here that we're going to use the class, he's extremely level down his top. He's square out over that tail set. A buck that handles with an extreme amount of length of loin, which makes him percent overall. He handles with as much thickness as anything else I have here in the class, so he's going to win that thing here for me today. The buck that we have in second, I think most closely follows him in his type and kind. I think we got another sheep that's tall fronted, handles with some width as we go back through. Not quite as level as the buck that we started with. We get him out and get him on the move. He wants to get a little higher in his top, but that's a nice type of sheep there as well. A buck that I get my hands on, I was hoping he'd have a little bit more shape, as a ram that I had here in third. A buck that's a little smaller in his overall frame, but a sheep that has some muscling. He just doesn't have enough in order to get him up over those top two bucks. But a nice sheep there as well. And then we got a little finer featured type of ram here in fourth, a ram that handles with some thickness, just not quite the stoutness and ruggedness of the bucks that we had on top, but a pretty good class of fall, or winter buck lambs here.
Results from your Katahdin Winter Ram Lamb class. First place goes to Lauren Jillian with BNG 2533. Second place, Lauren Julian with Hall 2522. Third place, Hudson Wiesand with FRA 8563. And fourth place, Hudson Wiesand with WHW 25003. I'm just going to wait on his paper.
Just a single entry here, but we have a ram that is a productive type of ram. He's a little bigger in his frame, and he's a little bit taller up through his front here, which we can appreciate. He has some width and dimension of muscling when we go down that top and handle right in that loin edge. Nice kind of buck. I look forward to seeing him out here with the rest of the rams for our champion drive.
Your Katahdin Spring Ram Lamb single entry class presented to you by Lauren Julian, BNG 25351. son. Out of the East Ring for your Merino show, Best Fleece went to Sam Dockery. Best Headed Merino went to Annie Frame. We'd like to thank those special sponsors there for the Best Fleece was the Schroeder Family Farms. And Best Headed M&B Merinos, Mark and Colette Berkheimer.
We get out here for a champion Katahdin Ram, and I think there's one that suits me really well as far as what I would like to see in the breed and what I think they need to be built like, with having some ribs, some volume, some stoutness, sheep with some muscle, and then do that in a nice and neat package. And then we got one that I think is going to be exciting to watch grow, to see when this sheep quits growing and see how he masses up as well. But a pretty good set of bucks out here. I'll go out and get your champion in reserve. Thank you.
Your champion, Katahdin Ram, goes to Logan Inbody with the yearling. Banner sponsored by Ohio Katahdin Breeders Association. Your reserve champion, Katahdin Ram, goes to Lauren Julian out of the winter class. That banner is sponsored by Ohio Katahdin Breeders Association. Currently in the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring are the Katahdin yearling ewes. In the East ring, currently in the ring, are the natural colored yearling ram class.
Well, folks, very interesting class here to say the least. These two bucks up here at the top, I like both of them an awful lot. I kind of wish they weren't in the same class. We're kind of comparing apples to oranges here as far as a fine wool, comparing him to a Lincoln. This buck that we started off the class with is just so uniform from front to rear, and that fleece is just super beautiful and lays his top in dead level. When he motors around, he moves around the way he needs to. I think just a really unique fine wool buck that I can't get him out of first. The one that I wish I could use to win as well is the one here in second. This buck is really good. He is stout featured. You get your hands on him, and he's just a powerful natural colored Lincoln Ram. I don't really have anything bad to say about him. We're just by the nature of the class showing fine wools against long wools. They're both different. I wouldn't say one is better than the other on any day, but for me, I think it's just a little more unique to find a fine wool that's not structurally sound and uniform, but absolutely taking nothing away from this one that we have here in second. Get down to a big framey ram, medium grade wool buck here in third. I think the one that offers a lot of things that you like from a skeletal and a size standpoint. For me, I like to balance him up on his underline, maybe give him a little more length of staple and some more uniformity. Come down here to a Lincoln Ram. That certainly offers a lot of power. I think one that we just need to fix, he gets a little bit straight off those back legs. Maybe if we could set his hip in just a little bit better, he might get up and compete with the class. Overall, a really exceptional class of natural colored Rams. Let's give those guys a round of applause.
Good, complete type of ewe to start our class with here. I think a ewe that you sure like her when you view her from the side. She's my combination sheep of the class. You know, she's on the big end of things, but this is a ewe that has a ton of rib, ton of volume. She's the biggest back sheep when I get my hands right on her. She handles with the most width right over that loin edge. She's the one that exhibits a little bit more rack shape up there than everything else we have, but that's a nice type of female there. I think our dark-colored ewe here most closely follows her in type and kind. A sheep that balances up really well. She's a little slicker as far as her hair, so she doesn't appear to have quite as much width, but that's a sheep that handles really well down that top as well. Sheep that balances up really well from the side. Like the boldness and the extra rib shape that we have here in our third place ewe, but she's a ewe that just gets a little more compact for me. A ewe that doesn't quite hold together quite as well right there behind the shoulders as the ones that I ran at the top of the class, but that's a nice female there as well. Then we got a big framed ewe, a long-bodied ewe here in fourth. Another ewe that is level down her top, but a ewe that just doesn't have that overall expression of muscling that I'd like to see on a bigger type of sheep. Then we run into a pair of ewes down here that just don't have as much growth as far as maybe a couple of the others here, a couple that aren't quite as straight down their top or square out in that hip, but a nice set of ewes from top to bottom. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Results from the East Ring for your natural colored yearling ram class. First place, Emily Smith, Smith KLS. Second place, Lori Bauman with Buckshot 2424. Third place, Archer Copeland with Broken Arrow 517. And fourth place, Alyssa White with Campbell 400-194. Results of your Katahdin Yearling U class. First place goes to Vivian Julian with EHJ 407. Second place, Audrey Julian with SHU 4898. Third place, Logan Inbody with ALAM 469. Fourth place, Vivian Julian with EHJ 414. Fifth place, Logan Inbody with ALAM 431. And sixth place, Jacob Lewis.
And here we go again with the apples and oranges conversation. I think two bucks out here that are certainly outstanding in their own right and competing against their own breed or their own grade of fleece, I think would do exceptionally well. I think the medium grading buck here that we're going to use is really uniform from front to rear. He's got a really bold crimp about him that you really like. Ultimately, I think this one's a little bit more genuine in his structural soundness. I really love the athletic appeal and the upstanding nature of the front end of this sheep. Tie in there that I think his top line lays a little bit more truly level. I think just a logical one for me to start with. Taking nothing away from this natural colored Romney buck that, like I said, would definitely stand on his own against other Romneys. For me, when I get my hands going down the top line of this one, I think he just breaks a little bit right behind the front shoulder. Maybe doesn't motor off the rear wheels quite as comfortably as the one in front of him. But man, you want to talk about a long, stapled, beautiful, uniform fleece. You sure got it there. Another medium grading fleece down here, one that when you get your hands on the top of the sheep, you can appreciate him for how long he is. He's got a tremendous length of hind saddle. For me, I just need him to balance up and move around a little bit better. Just got to give him a little more length of staple just so we can really evaluate what we have from a fleece perspective. But overall, three really exceptional rams. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Nice set of fall ewe lambs here from top to bottom. The ewe that we're starting with is our bigger frame, more extended type of ewe here, but that's not all there is to her. This is our bigger ribbed ewe. This is our ewe that has a much bigger back than anything else we have in the class. Sure appreciate the way that this ewe shows that extra rack shape right up in there and fits together in those shoulders. That's a nice type of sheep to start our class with. I think the ewe here from an expression of muscling standpoint and a rib standpoint, this ewe here falls into second fairly easy for me today. A ewe that has some muscle, has some thickness, just not quite as much overall rib and volume as the ewe that we started with. And then we round off with the young man's white ewe here, a ewe that just is a little later maturing and not quite as expressed in her muscle shape as some of the ones we have on top, but I think can go on to be a really productive ewe for him as well. Thank you.
Results from your East Ring. Natural colored fall ram lamb class. First place goes to Brooke Hershey with Hershey Cropland. Second place, Lydia Henry with Little Hooves. In third place, Archer Copeland with Highline 1091. Next in the ring, winner Ram Lambs. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau ring. Katahdin Fall Ewe Lambs results. First place, Audrey Julian with EHJ 435. Second place, Hudson Wiesand with WHW 24020. And third place, Jacob Lewis with RIV 1105. Next in the ring, Katahdin winner Ewe Lambs.
Winter ewe lambs came together pretty quick and easy for me out here today. I think this is a group that's sorted relatively easy. The ewe that we start our class off with is my combination sheep, a sheep that has some rib, has some volume, a sheep that's at a different level as far as the shape she shows right up there in her rack and the way that she comes out of those shoulders. A ewe that's a little leveler and square out over that tail set as well. Really kind of like this ewe up here in front. The ewe that most closely follows her with width and dimension of muscling is our bigger framed ewe here that we have in second. A ewe that has a lot of width when we handle her right there in her loin. Is she as neat in her front end as the one that we started with? Is she as balanced quite as well when we view her from the side as our starter? No, that's why she ends up in the second hole here for me today. Then we got a ewe that we like the way she's built here in third, but a ewe that just doesn't have the width and dimension of muscling as that we had in those first two there, but that's a nice type of sheep as well. And I like our dark colored female here at the bottom too. That this is a ewe that balances up really well from the side. She's relatively level down that top, but just not the shape and dimension of muscling of the ones that we had above. Good class of ewes there. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Results from your Katahdin Winter Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Audrey Julian with BNG 2597. Second place, Lauren Julian with BNG 2545. Third place, Annie Sailing with WHW 2502. In fourth place, Aria Fligger with DJ Smith 2587.87. Next in the ring, Katahdin Spring Ewe Lambs.
We'll start the class off with a fine wool buck that I think does a lot of things correct. His fleece is so uniform from front to rear. I think for a fine wool sheep, his skeleton is really good. He lays in really smooth, gets around in motors. I think just a really unique individual to start our class off with. Taking nothing away from the medium grade buck here that comes in second. He's really uniform as well from front to rear. Love the crimp design that this one brings to the table for me today. If we're thinking about what medium, just trying to compare him to maybe some other medium grades that he would be shown against, maybe could stouten him up a little bit in his top, make him give him a little bit more power. Again, being really critical of one that I think is awfully good. It's just tough comparing apples to oranges here. I wouldn't beat myself up too bad either way. Natural colored Lincoln buck that comes out here next. One that I think does a lot of things right. He's really kind of cool to look at from the side. His fleece is extremely uniform from front to rear. When we set him out into motion, I just wish that he'd use his back leg just a little bit more comfortable to drive off. Right now he gets just a little bit underneath of himself when they set out into motion, but nothing that I'd be too... Nothing that's too critical on him. I think a lot of quality to be found here. Get down here to the baby doll ram. One that I think for a baby doll is pretty skeletally sound. You know, when he gets out and goes, he uses his legs the way he should. His top line lays in when he starts walking around. Moving on down to our other medium grade buck here, I think one that for me is really cool in terms of his length and his size and his scale. Right now, and where he's at on his growth curve, I think he's a little bit frail. I think, maybe more time, more days on age, as he starts to stouten up, might become a lot more of a competitor in a class, but one that definitely has a bright future as far as growth goes. We get down here to a Border Leicester Ram. I think one that when you set him into motion just comes up a little bit too much his loin, and that stays true when you get your hands on him. His top line doesn't lay in quite as nicely behind his shoulder as I'd like to see it. But overall, a lot of quality from a lot of different perspectives and places within the natural colored breed. Congratulations, guys, on a nice set.
As we wrap up our female show down here at the Katahdin end down here, we have another class that comes together rather nicely for me out here today. The ewe that we start our class with is a different dimension as far as rib shape and volume in comparison to what else we have in the class. She's a ewe that just has that extra amount of rib, extra amount of width the whole way through. We get to handle her. You can see that rack lays right up in there nicely in that top, and then it fits in nicely back there as that hip loin ties together. There's a lot of width in there as well. Real feminine type of ewe is the ewe we have here in second. I think she's our second widest base type of ewe here in the class with a little extra added width down that top, but she doesn't have the overall rib and volume of the one that we have to start our class. And then we round our class off with a later maturing type of ewe, not quite as stout as the ones that we had up on the top, not the overall width and dimension, but a nice type of ewe there as well. Thank you.
Results from the East Ring, your natural colored winner Ram Lamb class. First place goes to Emily Smith with Smith KLS 2519. Second place goes to Brooke Hershey, SF 25-22. Third place goes to Leandra Gray with LG 64. Fourth place, Aubrey Schmidt with Elmdale Farms, Newton. Fifth place goes to Spencer Copeland, Hilltop Farm, 2352. And sixth place goes to Alyssa White with Campbell, 5737. Now in the ring, our natural colored spring Ram Lambs. Results from the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring, Katahdin Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Vivian Jolian. Second place, Vivian Jolian. And third place, Hudson Wisen. Currently in the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring, a showing for the Katahdin champion female. In the ring with, out of the yearling class, Vivian Jolian and Audrey Jolian. Fall ewe lambs, Audrey Jolian and Hudson Wisen. Winter ewe lambs, Audrey Jolian and Lauren Jolian. And with spring ewe lambs, Vivian Jolian and Vivian Jolian.
Go ahead and start this class out with the Border Leicester Ram. I really like the looks of this one. When you get him out into motion, he moves around really free and comfortable. You get your hands on him. You like the width that he brings to the table. I think he's got a great Border Leicester head, and when you open that fleece up, you got very uniform lock structure from front to rear. I think a good place for us to start. Really appreciate the growth and performance of the one that comes here in two. He has got a ton of length of body. He's really tall at his shoulder, and he's really extended. more days on feet. I think this guy's going to be a heavy competitor. For me today, I just need to lengthen out that fleece a little bit. He's just full of lamb tips, and it's hard to say what we're going to get. But I think if you put a little more age on him, later on when he's showing against his own type in Louisville, I think he'll be just fine. Get down here to another natural colored medium grade buck that is a little further along in terms of maturity. I think he's going to be a little bit more moderate in terms of his size compared to our class winner. He's wanting to fight these kids today, so I won't talk about him too much, but I think we need to just level him out in his hip a little bit. Maybe if he stops fighting these guys, he'll do that on his own. Get here to a finer grading one here. And one that I think I just need to change a couple things skeletally when we set him into motion, but one that you really like the softness and attractive feel of his fleece. We get down here to a borderless ram on the end that I think condition on his fleece is just a little bit off for me today. I'd like to see those lock structures tightened up just a little bit, maybe level him out in his top to keep up with the rest of the class, but overall a really good set of natural colored buck lambs. Congratulations, guys. Good job, guys.
Your natural colored spring ram lamb class, first place, Alyssa White with Campbell, 57.34. Second place, Archer Copeland with Broken Arrow, 7.24. Third place, Brooke Hershey with Hershey Copland. Fourth place, Brooke Hershey with Hershey Cropland. Fifth place goes to William Ashton with Ashton Homestead. Now entering the ring on the east side is your champion natural colored Ram Drive.
Well, I think we've had an exceptional set of Katahdin females out here. I know that we haven't had huge numbers in these classes, but I think the depth and the quality that we have out here, I think there's several ewes out here that are built extremely well, some ewes that are really well balanced, some ewes that are really level down their top. We've got some ewes that not only are they getting a little bigger frame, but these are some ewes with some rib shape and some volume and some natural thickness down that top, and we certainly have to appreciate them for that. There's one out here that suits me really well, and I'll go out and get her as your champion, and then I think there's a couple different ways you could go for reserve. But let's give these 8 exhibitors a round of applause for the set of sheep they brought out here. I think we had a really nice set of females out here today.
Your Katahdin champion ewe goes to Audrey Julian out of the winter class. Your reserve champion ewe goes to Vivian Julian out of the yearling class. The banners are donated by the Ohio Katahdin Association and presented by Avery Schaffner, the Ohio Wool and Lamb Ambassador. In your natural colored final drive for the champion Ram. In the yearlings, you have Emily Smith and Lori Boffman. Fall Ram Lambs, Brooke Hershey and Lydia Henry. Winter Ram Lambs, Emily Smith and Brooke Hershey. Spring Ram Lambs, Alyssa White and Archer Copeland.
Well, guys, certainly a lot of quality from a lot of different breeds represented out here in the natural colored class. I think there's a medium grade buck out here that won the fall class, a fine wool yearling that won that class, and a coarse wool yearling that's second in the yearling class. I would love to take all three of these with me to the final drive because I think they're all really great representatives of their breed. It's unfortunate that we're going to have to compare apples to oranges today to get them out of the breed. Exhibitors, don't take it to heart if you don't make it out of the natural colored breeds. I think all three of you guys are very deserving to go and get the show for champion overall. Today I got to go show you my favorites. I think we're going to use that medium wool for champion. Follow them up with your fine for reserve. Congratulations, guys.
Well, this is the last time I'll be on the mic here today, and I thank you for having me here at the Ohio State Fair. I really enjoyed myself and working with the youth and sorting through these five or six different breeds that we were able to sort through today. I think the sheep industry is in good hands. I think we have some young exhibitors out here that definitely take a lot of pride in the breeding end of things here, and they know the sheep they have, and I think that's very important. I want to thank my ring help out here. These guys have done a great job moving these sheep through today and kids through today. I can't thank them enough. The different breed stewards we had, and then the help that's getting the sheep in here from the sides and getting things in the right spot. Keeping things running efficiently and smoothly is a big part of the deal, and kind of dictates whether the judge is doing a good job out here or not. So I can't thank them enough. But once again, thanks again for having me. I think these two flocks are well represented out here. We got our champion ram in that first set, and I think he's a really nice, complete type of sheep. Taking nothing away from the young man's set that he's got down here. He had some sheep that are made good all day long, some sheep that just need a touch more muscle to get up a little higher for me today. But once again, thanks again for having me. Let's give these Katahdin breeds a round of applause, and you guys have a good rest of the state fair. Thank you.
Your results from the Katahdin flock: first place goes to Logan Embody. Second place goes to Jacob Lewis. Your champion natural colored ram goes to